Well, we're getting ready for the first class this morning. I want to tell you a little bit about some of the folks that make this show possible here at the National Western. And if you've been around this building a little bit, maybe around the front, you see that this arena is named after Hutchinson. And Hutchinson is the Hutchinson Western Company built all the panels that you see that surround this arena, that make up the alleys in here. All the pins outside are built by Hutchinson Western. And if you've got a galvanized water tank anywhere in the country, nearly, it probably has that HW brand on it. So they're one of the biggest manufacturers of livestock products in the country. They came in when the National Western was ready to rebuild and brought in all these panels at their cost and really did a job of helping out the National Western. This arena is named after Blake Hutchinson's dad. Blake can't be here today. They're over at the rodeo this morning, but they are a premier sponsor of our Texas Longhorn show. Blake is he's a lover of the Texas Longhorn and the Western way of life, and of course, the Longhorn really is the icon of the Old West. And here at the National Western, well, they've gotten pretty exciting around here. We do a downtown trail drive. They're in the rodeo performances. And then we pack the arena here when we get started for the Longhorn shows on Friday. Everybody stops at the pins to look and take pictures. We're part of one of the fanciest, coolest breeds on earth, traffic stopping cattle. And Hutchinson Western has been very good this year about sponsoring Longhorn events. So if you get a chance looking for some panels, some barn, stall barns, if you're looking for water tanks, feeders, well, you go to Hutchinson Western. They can take care of you, and they'll do a great job. Also, Cold Copper Cattle Company and Cold Copper Commodities out of Burnett, Texas, are also one of our major sponsors. And Kelly and Mike Smith not only raise and shows some great Longhorn cattle around the country, but they are promoters of the Longhorn breed, and they're one of our major sponsors up here. You can find them online at Cold Copper Commodities or Cold Copper Cattle Company if you're looking to buy some Longhorn cattle, or if you're just trying to buy some feed somewhere between here and Texas. They can take care of that for you, do a great job. So they're one of our major sponsors here as well. We depend on our sponsorship. So if you grab a show catalog today, and we've got a few left down here at the tables, I believe, you grab a show catalog and you'll find the advertisements of some of our great sponsors all the way through this book. Make sure that you visit them, tell them that you appreciate what they do for the Longhorn breed, and patronize those show sponsors. You'll be glad you did. We're just a few minutes away now from getting started. If you look down in the arena, we've got a photographer here that he's going to be taking some pictures of your show cattle for you, and they'll have cards, tell you how to get a hold of them online. So if you want some wind pictures taken when it's all over, there is a backdrop outside. And I promise you, it'll look like you're at Denver in the National Western today, because there's 5 inches of snow on the ground, and you look like you're in Colorado. But they'll be glad to do that for you. So make sure and get a hold of one of them if you're looking for some show pictures after we get going. We're very close to getting started. We're going to start with our Halter Junior Heifers. So class 501, 301, 302, 317, you be getting ready. We're right around the corner from getting started. All right, well, good morning again. My name's Gary Lake. I'll be your announcer today, and this is the 2025 Registered Texas Longhorn Halter Show at the National Western Stock Show here. Of course, we are one of the most historic stock shows in the country and one of the oldest, 119 years this year. And the Texas Longhorn has become such a big part of the National Western Stock Show. They use them in all their ads. We do them in the downtown trail drives. And now we're here at the Halter Show today, and you're going to see some beautiful, beautiful Texas Longhorn animals today at Halter, and I think you'll enjoy it. Then we'll have our youth show and our youth showmanship right after that. So stick around. It's going to be a lot of fun. But let's give this a start. If you look on the wall down there at the other end, you'll see what is the symbol of freedom around our world. And even more so, I think, in this day and age than ever, we're going to give honor to Old Glory herself. If you'd stand and remove cover and just join with Marlene Lake in singing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Yeah, thank you, Marlene. And now if you'll remain standing for just a minute, I have Mr. Larry Smith II standing here with me. He's all the way from Texas up here in the snow in Colorado. Larry is 8 times president of the International Texas Longhorn Association, and he's our past president, and we're going to ask him to open in a word of prayer.
Thank you, Gary. Let us pray. Father God, we thank you for this day. We may not understand why you brought snow, but we have faith that it is exactly what we needed today, and you gave it to us. With that, we ask that you give us safe travels, that you be with us as we go to our respective homes until we can all come together again and enjoy this great breed of cattle. Lord, I'd like to thank you for the spectators that have come here today to see this great cattle that come from directly from your hand and your grace that you've given us to enjoy. And lastly, please show your grace and care for the animals that are being shown today and all the exhibitors. Keep them safe, get them home safely. Be careful, be with them as we're pulling trailers down the road. Lord, we just thank you for this day, give you all the praise, and know that it is your day. In your name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Larry. Okay, have a seat. Make yourselves comfortable. You're going to see one of the fancy shows here at the National Western as the Texas Longhorn females of class number 501 come in. Now, while we're getting them in the arena down here, I'd like you to look right down here at the gate right in front of me, and you will see that our judge is here, Rebecca Scott. She comes all the way from Ohio. She was here all day yesterday. We had her stuffed in between cattle all day, working her to death. Today it's going to be a little easier on her as she gets to judge the halter classes today. Rebecca has raised and shown Longhorn cattle for many years. She's been one of our judges at our International Championship show And we're proud to have her here in Denver, Miss Rebecca Scott. And we're started with class number 501. You've got 3 head in the class. If you were here yesterday, you heard me tell you that it hasn't always been that we showed Longhorn cattle at Halter. Not many years ago, the Longhorn was just showed loose in the old Western style with the judging horseback, and so it's been about in the last 40 years that we've kind of come about with this Halter show. But as you can see, these young people out here have great control over these beautiful animals. They've got them clipped, washed, and listen, in this weather, that's not the easiest thing to do, to keep an animal clean. They've done a great job. They're going to do a great job of showing today, and it's really made a change in the Texas Longhorn industry over the last 40 years. We do have a youth show today that will start after the open, but if you'll notice, a lot of young people are showing these cattle in the open. And I can tell you that's exciting to me, because that is the future of our breed. The young people that are coming along wanting to stay part of the ranching industry and part of the Old West tradition and showing Longhorn cattle. And of course, horned cattle aren't the easiest ones to show, but they have a very gentle nature, very easy to train, and when they're worked with and spent some time with them, and I promise you, these folks live with these halter animals. They're out there every day. They're rubbing on them, feeding them, petting on them, leading them, making them behave, and you can tell when they bring them into the show ring that everything is just right. Our judge today, Ms. Scott, will put them through their paces because she has shown a lot of halter animals in the Longhorn breed, so she knows what she's looking for and what she wants to see with these young folks. Today's show here at the National Western is a combined show between the Mountain States Texas Longhorn Association and the Mountains and Plains Texas Longhorn Association. One is an affiliate of the Texas Longhorn Breeders Association of America. One is an affiliate of the International Texas Longhorn Association. We are the only show in the country that is a bipartisan show where ITLA and TLBA cattle show together. We're very proud of that here at the National Western and here in Colorado, that we can work together, put a lot of folks in the show, and really have a good show here at the National Western. And so you're going to see cattle of all types and people from different associations showing together, having a good time. And I think you're going to really enjoy it today.
Okay, so these heifers are definitely different makes and models. The one that I have up here in front, 302, I'm always going to look for conformation first over anything else. And I love how thick this little gal is. She still has some Longhorn traits. She's still got some horn. She's got a nice top line. She is a little waisty necked, I think, for a heifer. She's not very feminine looking, but I think as she grows, that will probably hopefully dissipate. But that's how I see it today. The second place calf, those two girls are very similar, I think, in make and model, but this one has a way better top line, and I like that about her. I think it's important to look for those things in your heifers, because that's what your babies are going to look like. So she's got a great top line. She's very clean and trim, big bone, just like I like them. That dark horn is, they say, slower growing, and as I've seen, it definitely is, but that doesn't matter. She's still going to put it out there. The big tall heifer in the back, I love her body size. I love that big frame. That's something that we are breeding for, is big frame cattle at my house, so she would definitely fit in my program. She's very feminine. She's a little thinner boned, but very, very nice Longhorn traits about that third place heifer.
All right, that was your Class 501. Those are heifers born May 1st through June 30th of 2024. So you're looking at very young heifers here. In first place in that class goes to entry number 302. That's Belle Star Penny. She's a 5-star command daughter out of Darlene 81, owned by Bell Longhorns in Douglas, Wyoming. Second place goes to Belle Winter Trey, 5-star command daughter out of Darlene 81, Full Sisters. That one is also owned by Bell Longhorns in Douglas, Wyoming. And third place goes to S.M. Godiva. She's a Silver Intrepid daughter out of J.R. Gift, owned by Shelby Moore of Lost Spring, Wyoming. Thank you so much for those great heifers. Class number 502 is coming in the ring now. These will be heifers born March 1st through April 30th, 2024. Class number 502. As you look through our show book, if you have a chance to, you'll see on the inside pages, you'll see FNBO Agribusiness of Hershey, Nebraska. These folks are one of our great sponsors here at the National Western this year. On about the fourth page of your catalog, you'll see an ad from the International Texas Longhorn Association. That is one of the two associations that put on this show, and they are one of our sponsors as well. Of course, it's got a bunch of pictures of babies. You'll like taking that home. The Texas Longhorn is such a beautiful breed, and the babies are so cute. They crop out in every color under the sun. And you'll notice as you see these in the arena, how we've got reds, brindles, dark browns, black and white spotted, red and white spotted, tricolors, everything under the sun. Longhorns are such a beautiful breed. Makes them a little more difficult to judge, and we'll talk a little bit about the judging today, because Miss Scott is an approved judge in the International Texas Longhorn Association. That means that she has been through a judging clinic once at least, maybe more, and has not only shown cattle herself, but she has worked under an approved judge, a training judge, and then received her accreditation as being an approved Longhorn judge. And the reason for that is that Texas Longhorn value depends on a lot more than just conformation and reproduction. These animals, when they go to a sale, color counts, horns count, horn tip-to-tip measurement, horn shape. There's so many things in the Texas Longhorn breed that are kind of add-ons to everything else in the bovine industry, and your judges really have to understand Longhorn value when they're judging these classes. And so as you start to judge them, you can look at several things like color, horn shape, horn set, along with conformation and all the traits it takes to be a reproductive animal. On the 5th page of your catalog, you'll also see the HW brand, and we've already talked a little bit about them. But you know, in the catalog here, Taylor Call was with us yesterday, and she's their marketing manager, and she's put a little deal that if you put your phone on it and click on it, it'll take you to their catalogs and their website at hutchinson-inc.com and get you right where you need to be if you're looking to buy some panels. They're a Chisholm Trail sponsor this year, one of our high-end sponsors, and we're very, very proud of them. We would love for you to visit Hutchinson Western and tell them, you know, I was at the Longhorn show, and they told me about you guys, and we're looking for some stuff. Maybe you can help us out, and we'd appreciate you taking care of our sponsors. We are right now in class 502. These are heifers born March 1st through April 30th of 24. Just to give you an idea, these heifers are just almost a year old now. And you're going to watch as we go through our classes, as they get older and older classes, you'll see the horns start to change, the body styles start to change, you'll get the curl in the horns, and you'll get to watch them as the Longhorn matures and how they really change.
All right, so for your second class of heifers, I'm starting it out with this solid red one. I like her structure. She's got good conformation, and you're going to hear me say that all day long because that's what I'm always looking for. She's definitely got adequate horn growth for her age, and we are Longhorns. We have to have horns on top of these heads. But this solid red one is a complete package for me. She'll be first place today. Second place will be this young lady with the ornery heifer that's giving her a hard time today. Very sharp, flashy, good conformation, just like I like. She's definitely got that kind of up-headed horn shape, but we're looking at structure here for me. And third place, it's a little more compact size, but I like this heifer. She's very nice, compact size, but it's a complete package in that size. She's a little short-necked, but she's super trim, very feminine. I really like that third place heifer. Fourth is like the color winner of this class, 100%. And she's definitely the horn winner in this class. She's very, very flashy, and she's actually behaving out here for this gentleman today. He will be in fourth place today, 312.
Okay, tell me the name of Top Raffles. Who owns him? Okay. Top Raffles. Okay, 207. All right, that's first. And who was second? Okay. Okay, 330's first. Second. Okay. Okay. Okay, and 311, there was no 311? No 311. Okay. Very good. First class, I got the first class, yes. Yep. Very good. Thank you. Okay. Had a little moving around in the book, but entry number 330 is going to be your first place animal in this class. That is Tough Raffles. She's in O'Brien's Tough Enough by Pecos Raffles, and she is owned by Bill and Tammy Denner at the RT Ranch of Box Elder, South Dakota. Second place in the class goes to 324. That's O'Brien's Switch Legends. SL Switchblade is the sire. O'Brien's Legends Caliber is the dam. She's owned by Scott and Jody O'Brien of Belvedere, South Dakota. Third place goes to DC Silver Sand Dollar. DJP Silver Mines, the sire, out of Sand Dollar Flow, owned by Jesse and Amber Dewey of Otto, Wyoming. And fourth place goes to Bank Tango. Gaston, and by the bank theme, owned and shown by Jack Freeman in Pritchard, Colorado. And we are right in the champion junior female and reserve champion junior female class. I want to tell you a little bit about that Bank Tango heifer that was in this last class. She was entry number 312, shown by Jack Freeman. She is a daughter of a cow called the Bank Theme. Now, I don't know if you guys remembered, but a few years ago in Colorado Springs, During a downtown trail drive that the Freeman Ranch was putting on, a black cow left the herd, jumped the curb, ran through the crowd, and ducked into a bank lobby where she was roped by one of the cowboys and brought back to the bunch. And it made national news to both coasts. Well, the bank theme was an own daughter of that black cow. And so you're just looking at a granddaughter that was just in the ring, and she'll be back in the youth show as well. So I'm just telling you, there's no telling what could happen at the National Western here. Keep your eye on Bank Tango. Okay, we are in class 503. This is heifers born January 1st through February 28th of 24. January 1st through February 28th. This is class number 503.
All right, we're going to start this class of 2. These girls could definitely use some more competition, but this is what we got out here today. This young lady here, 310, she can pull up and set up. That'll be your class winner for today. She's a big old thick gal, got lots of horn, perfect conformation for me. Looks like she could use her little foot trimmed, but it's that time of year. We don't do it till spring either, but it would probably change how she got around the ring tremendously. So that is a beautiful heifer. Look how clean she is down her belly. I mean, she's very, very pretty. Holds her head up good. Perfect showman, and that even helps. The second place little flighty gal here that's not enjoying her day in the show ring, I have got a pile of heifers like that at home. These two heifers are very comparable to each other. Very pretty. You don't even need to worry about the white. She's got all the other stuff that you want. She's got good conformation and horn, and I like how she is down on her legs. So it's kind of a sign of y'all's program here at this show. All these cattle are in great condition, and you've brought your best. So she will be your second place, 322.
Thank you, Rebecca. First place in class 503 goes to entry number 310. That's DC Sapphire Cactus. She's a PCC Cactus Jack by WCC Black Sapphire. She's owned by Jesse and Amber Dewey of Ottawa, Wyoming. Second place goes to entry number 322, Mudflap Cowgirl CPL. She is a PCC Amarillo Sky by Lenova Cowgirl CPL. Kim and Nick Nicodem of Commander's Place Longhorns in Newcastle, Oklahoma owns her. You know, you're going to see a lot of these heifers that are by some bulls that start with that PCC. That's Pace Cattle Company, Scott Pace, and they've been in the business a long time. Used to come to Colorado for the sale every year and have always raised some great cattle. They're the ones that raised the great Gold Mine 1 bull that you've seen some of the heifers out of this week. So you're going to see quite a bit of the progeny that comes out of some of these programs like Pace Cattle Company and then down through other folks' programs as they buy some herd sires and different things. And it's exciting to see how the Longhorn breed and really the pedigrees make the difference in these young animals. We're going to look right now at the champion and reserve champion junior females. So we'll bring our first place animals back from 3 classes back into the arena. We're going to be looking at entry number 302, entry number 330, and entry number 310 back into the ring. And we'll be judging for grand champion in our junior heifers. You'll find that I can't talk about our sponsors enough because really they're what makes our world go around here. And as you flip to the next page of your catalog, you'll see one of our Santa Fe Trail sponsors and a bull called Power Wagon, whose partnership owned with the Powerhouse Partnership. Part of that is Cold Copper Cattle Company. Callie and Mike Smith of Burnett, Texas. They've got some great Texas Longhorn cattle, as well as a feed store down there in Burnett. They do a little bit of everything. But what we appreciate is the sponsorship and what they do for our Texas Longhorn breed. And here at Denver, they are one of our Santa Fe Trail sponsors. Okay, what you're looking at now is the winners of our first three classes, winners and second places, and our judge is going to be looking to pick a champion overall out of those first three classes, and then ultimately a reserve champion as well. When we do our downtown trail drives, a lot of the questions that I get from the street are they dangerous with those big horns? Well, watch these young people show these young heifers, and I can tell you that they've got great disposition, and when they're handled right, they're definitely not dangerous.
So if there's non-Longhorn people sitting in the stands watching this, so you're probably wondering why these cows are just kind of flouncing around in here and acting like they're not halter broke. Well, they're halter broke, but we don't have to wash them twice a day like you do. So a lot of these kids are probably working with them at home, but they're not having to do it every day. So that's one of the benefits of Longhorns. We don't have to do all that extra crazy hair business. So they're not touched twice a day, and they're also being heifers. So I just wanted to make sure that people aren't getting the wrong impression about these cattle. You can definitely tell all these exhibitors have worked with their animals. So we're going to do for the champion junior heifer, this big red heifer in the back, 310. So if you want to come out and set her up somewhere, she is a total package for me. She's got size and conformation and horn and color. I really like how she tracks out, and that is something that Longhorns are bad about doing. I mean, a lot of them can't walk, and in my book, that's still important. So you're going to pass those genetics on to those babies, so mom's got to be complete. And for the reserve, since we had everything out here, so we had all of our fence animals were first place, the back row was second place. We're going to go ahead and use this young lady right here, 302 for reserve. A little thicker make and mind, but still very nice, complete young heifer, a lot younger than the first champion, but I think that heifer is going to turn out to be a nice Longhorn cow. So 310 and 302? 310 and 302. Need to be clapping for these kids. They came a long way to come here, and these adults. It cost a lot of money and a lot of time to do this. So yesterday I was kind of like, man, this crowd isn't very active. Whether you're happy for them or not, y'all need to clap for them.
All right, well, there's your grand champion of your junior females today. Entry number 310, her name is DC Sapphire Cactus. She's a PCC Cactus Jack. She's owned by Jesse and Amber Dewey of Otto, Wyoming. Your reserve champion today is going to be entry number 302, Belle Star Penny. She's a 5-star command daughter owned by Bell Longhorns out of Douglas, Wyoming. And Rebecca's exactly right. We have had cattle come a long way here to Denver for the National Western Stock Show. You know, that's not unusual because the stock show draws cattle from all over the country, the East Coast, South Texas, way up into North Dakota. We've got them from Oregon this year. We have them from, Tillamook, Oregon, clear out on the coast. We've got cattle from Wyoming and Montana. We've got cattle out of South Texas, and then some from around the 5-state area here. So it's a very prestigious honor to be grand champion at the Denver National Western Stock Shows, one of the most historic and one of the oldest stock shows in the nation. We're going to go right now into your haltered senior heifers. Senior halter heifers with class 504. Judge, you're going to have one entry in class 504. You'll notice on the inside front cover of your catalog, the Silverado Ranch is one of our sponsors, and they've been raising Texas Longhorn cattle for over 55 years. Stan Searle and myself are partners in Silverado Ranch, and we've been here in Denver for over 50 years, on and off at different Longhorn shows. And then for the last 19 years, we've been doing the trail drive downtown Colorado Springs, as well as some of the other things in Denver. We sure enjoy the stock show, appreciate all they do for us. As we move on through the trail catalog, you'll notice that we've got something called the Goodnight Trail sponsors. Parker Excavating, Parker, Colorado, and T&T Electric Company, Inc. are both Goodnight Trail sponsors, and we appreciate what those folks do for us from up here in northern Colorado and how they help sponsor Stock Show, and especially the Texas Longhorn breed here in Stock Show. And then AES Global Energy Company is our Dawson Trail sponsor. And all of these sponsorships, boy, we'd appreciate it if you'd give them a call and say, hey, we heard about you at the Texas Longhorn Show here at the National Western.
Class 5.
Okay, so the only entry in class 504 has been scratched, didn't make it this year. We're going to move right on into class 504. There will be one entry in class 504. 319 is also a scratch. So we will have one entry. Entry 303 will be in class 505. Some of these cattle that we are seeing in the halter classes come out of South Dakota. And Scott and Jody O'Brien have sent some down here from Belvedere, South Dakota. They do a sale every year called the Top Hand Sale up there at the Mid-States Fair in Rapid City. One of the really unique sales in the country. If you're looking to buy some good price, really quality Longhorn cattle, Scott and Jody do a great job of getting some consignments up there. And it is a really fun sale. It's called the Top Hand Sale, and we'll let the judge talk now.
All right, so this is a single entry, but boy, she's brought her good heifer out here today. And like I said earlier, the showman is a big part of how your animal acts. This young lady's doing a great job. It's too bad this isn't showmanship. She's got her heifer setting up perfectly, and she's in great condition. For me, this is like ideal Longhorn condition. Not too fat, not too thin. It's really showing off her good attributes of her skeletal frame, which is gorgeous. She's got lots of horn development, and then throw on the best flash so far on top of it. So very well deserved first place. Congratulations, 303.
All right, great job with entry number 303. She's going to win your class. Her name's Belle Hot Butterscotch. She's General Lee Hot Stuff by Red's Ruby 68, and she's owned by Bell Longhorns up in Douglas, Wyoming, and we appreciate them coming down so far as well into the cold winter weather here in Denver, Colorado. It is not as easy to keep these cattle in show shape this time of year, and boy, these folks have done a great job. And I was telling you a little bit about Scott and Jody O'Brien up there. They put on this great top hand sale. But on top of that, they've got some youth shows up there sponsored by the Texas Longhorn Breeders Association and some point shows that I am privileged to get to judge some of those shows each year when we're up there. And a lot of times I get to judge the youth. And boy, that is a job that I absolutely love. We have a young lady here showing cattle here today that's one of my favorites. She's got a big smile on her face when she comes in the ring. And I know it's been kind of popular in showmanship these days to have a very serious look on your face. But I got to tell you, if I'm judging, I like you smiling at me. I like you looking like you're having fun out there. And boy, these kids are obviously enjoying what they're doing with these Longhorn females. We are in class number 506. This is heifers born January 1st through April 30th, 2023. So these are true yearlings. No, these are 2-year-olds, 2023, class 506. Heifers born January 1st through April 30th of 2023. So these are your 2-year-old females in the Longhorn breed.
All right, this heifer is giving this boy a workout, and I have been in those shoes, and that's when I'm standing there in my mind going, hurry up, Judge, you already know what you want. Once you get wooled around 2 or 3 minutes in the ring, it makes you nervous. These two gals are only a few months apart, and their make and model, I keep saying that, is very similar. They have very adequate horn growth. They've got that big structure that I like, flashy color. Both of these are very nice senior heifers. And I'm going to say it. So 311 is going to be your first place. Do I think she's too heavy? Yes. Somebody's feeding her to get ready for this baby. But she is in great condition to get ready to drop a calf. I got one at home just like it. She's gorgeous. She's very deserving of first place. And the young man that was having a hard time, very nice heifer. He's going to be second place, 311. Or 313, sorry, Gary. 311 first, 313 second.
All right, so you're placing in class 506. Today is entry number 311. That's Flying H Shiloh. Texas Rooster CP was the sire. Flying H Pearl is the dam. She's owned by Jesse and Amber Dewey of Otto, Wyoming. Second place in your class goes to Shiraz 32. HL Bullwhip's the sire. Diamond Dollar is the dam. And Wyatt Pitch, Chris Johnson of Bighorn, Wyoming own her. Heifer still. Right down at the bottom of your page in the heifer classes is the O'Brien Arena ad. We appreciate their support of the show, not only in sending some cattle down to us, but taking an ad out. And, of course, like I say, Scott and Jody O'Brien are some of the really neat folks in the industry and put on a great sale. You'd enjoy that up in Rapid City. Some of our other sponsors today. You'll see on page 12 of your catalog that both the Mountain States Texas Longhorn Association and the Mountains and Plains Texas Longhorn Association have ads in the catalog. Of course, we are the hosts of the Denver National Western Stock Show Texas Longhorn Show. One is an affiliate of the Texas Longhorn Breeders Association of America, the other an associate of the International Texas Longhorn Association, working together here in Denver to really put you on a good show. Hope you're enjoying it today. Hope you'll stick around. Got some good things to come and some really big-horned, fancy cattle in the next few classes. Okay, we do have one scratch in this class, so you have one entry, and if you're wondering if we've got one entry, why do we have two animals in the ring? Well, that cow's raising her calf, and they're bringing it in right behind her. And this shows you a little bit about the ability of these young Texas Longhorn females and really what they can do in their first year of production. Look at the size of the calf on the cow.
Okay. This is our first cow-calf pair that y'all are getting to see today, and they've brought a really, really nice one. This big, very showy black and white cow, and this little baby you've seen in some earlier classes. So they told me that this is the day limit to be calf at side. So boy, that's beneficial for today. Too bad you're not in here competing on somebody. It's a very nice cow-calf pair. Obviously, she's going to outproduce herself. The baby is going to be cleaning house here in another year. So number 304 will be your first place.
Okay, that's class number 507, females born in 2022. And this is entry number 304, OCC Go Healed. TL Revival's the sire. $10 Lady Amber's the dam, owned by Bell Longhorns of Douglas, Wyoming. And while the Grand and Reserve prospects are coming into the arena now, I would just tell you that one of the tremendous traits about the Texas Longhorn females is their ability to calve and raise one at a very young age. Because Longhorns calve with small, vigorous calves with very narrow foreheads and small knees, and you'll see that even in the mature animals out here. These calves are born easily. Heifers have no trouble having them. Rarely will you ever see a Texas Longhorn calf have to be pulled unless it's breech or something unusual. They just are born very healthy, very vigorous, very small, with small knees, small foreheads, narrow shoulders, so they get through the birth canal easily and have no trouble calving at a young age. And then that gives them the ability to raise the calf like you're looking at in the pin today. You know, the Longhorn never has an udder like a dairy cow. You'll never see a huge, huge udder on a Longhorn cow. It's why they have such longevity and they stay active so long. They have a small amount of milk, but they have a very high butterfat content in their milk, and so they wean off a very large calf without as much volume. That causes them to last a lot longer. The longevity of a Longhorn cow is sometimes 2 times or more of a beef animal. When these Longhorns are 20, 22, 25 years old, a lot of times you'll see them with their 23rd, 24th calf on them. Just a tremendous, tremendous female and a real marker in the livestock industry.
All right, so now we're in the senior cow drive. You're looking at ladies that are either just starting production or they're right in the middle of it. So at this stage, they're being turned into cows. Their body is changing, their shapes are changing, and thank goodness their attitudes start changing. They kind of get over those heifer mentality that they like to run over us with. So we're your grand champion senior cow is going to go with this big pair in the back, 304. And we had everybody in here that was second place, so we're going to go ahead and give reserve to the big mama that's about ready to have a baby, 311A. That will be your reserve. So these 2 cows are great, would make a perfect addition in anybody's herd, but I doubt they will let go of them. So everybody congratulate them.
Thank you, Judge. So our champion haltered senior female today is entry number 304. That's OCC Go Healed by TL Revival. Bell Longhorns of Douglas, Wyoming owns her. Our second place, or reserve champion female today, is Flying H. Shiloh. Texas Rooster CP was her sire. Jesse and Amber Dewey, owner of Otto, Wyoming. Thank you so much. We're going to bring your grands and reserves in from each of your young classes, and we're going to be judging the grand champion haltered female and reserve champion haltered female for your heifers today. Your grand and reserve champions here at the National Western will receive a buckle. And these awards come from the Coriani Buckle Company of Hallis Road in Anthony, New Mexico. Coriani Buckle is owned by Wayne Bays and his family, Bodie Bays, and it's great folks to deal with. You're going to enjoy the buckles you see here today. Your heifer classes at the Halter show here today are sponsored by the Freeman Jardigan Partnership. Freeman Ranch from Yoder, Colorado, and T-Squared Ranch from Holcomb, Kansas. They've been showing some cattle themselves. Great supporters of the Longhorn industry, and they are the sponsor of your heifer classes here today at the National Western.
Okay, so now we're selecting all age grand champion female, which is like a super honor. I mean, this is like the big deal right here. It's hard because all three of these are very complete in my book and correct. Definitely ones that I would take to my house for sure. We're probably going to go ahead and pick this young lady right here. What's your number? I can't see it over your big giant calf. 304. So you're going to be the grand champion all age, and I'm probably going to do something that annoys people, but I'm okay with that. Reserve is going to go to this younger heifer. I see like a big, bright future for her, and there are a lot of times that happens, but I think she's going to be something really good. So 310 will be your reserve all age. Come on, guys. Clap for these people. Thank you. Beautiful cattle. Very pretty. Very, very happy at home.
All right, your grand champion, haltered female, here at the National Western Stock Show. And this class was sponsored by Freeman Jardigan Partnership. Your grand champion's entry number 304. That's OCC Go Healed. She's a TL Revival daughter owned by Bell Longhorns of Douglas, Wyoming. Your reserve champion today is entry number 310. 310 is DC Sapphire Cactus. She's a PCC Cactus Jack daughter, and she's owned by Jesse and Amber Dewey of Otto, Wyoming. Great class, great job, Judge. We are going to move right on in to our haltered mature cows, class number 508. These are mature females born 2021 to 2018. If you're just kind of curious and say, boy, I can't remember who he said were sponsors of this show and people that we'd like to thank, if you'll look on page 13 of your catalog there, your show program, you'll see our Texas Longhorn Trail sponsors, Hutchinson Western, Mike and Callie Smith of Cold Copper Ranch, Parker Excavating, T&T Electric Company, AENS Energy from Louisville, Colorado. They're right there at the top, surrounded by that gold braid. They are some of our really premier sponsors that really help us put this show on. Then your show sponsors are FNBO of Colorado and Nebraska, the International Texas Longhorn Association of Glen Rose, Texas, and Walter Scott Jr. College of Engineering at Colorado State University up there in Fort Collins. Then you'll look on down and you'll see some of your Grand Champion Buckle sponsors. Coriani Buckle sponsors the heifers, Coriani Buckle Company, and they are the ones that supply the buckles as well as our sponsor of our show. Under mature cows, you'll see Christina Abbey, Raymond James and Associates there in Fort Collins. And the bulls are sponsored by Cowboy Up here in Denver. And the steers are sponsored by Clover Bloom Ranch, John and Darlene Nelson of Wellington, Colorado. And we'll talk about some of the others as we go. Right now, we are in class 508. These are your mature females born from 2018 to 2021. And look at the beautiful animals we have out here. The horn span, the horn shape, beautiful color. Some tremendous specimens of the Texas Longhorn breed. You may be up there in the stands wondering, man, what do it cost me to get into the Longhorn business and own a beautiful animal like this? Well, you know, back in the 1800s when Charlie Goodnight was driving Longhorn cattle up the trail into Denver, you could have bought one for 4 cents a pound. You can't do that today. Some of these animals sell as high as $700,000 a piece. But there's a lot of them that are right in the range where you guys can get involved if you want to be in the Longhorn business. Just ask any of the breeders around here. They've got some young stock that they'd love to sell and get you started in the Texas Longhorn industry.
All right, now we're getting into the older gals. You can tell that our horn measurements are definitely changing. These gals are definitely several years older, and they've definitely been calving. We're going to leave them set up just like they are. Your first place in this class will be 306. I like this big frame on this girl. She's kind of a big, it's hard to do when there's two different kind of body structures, but it's not like picking apples to apples. You just got to go with the style and type that you like, and she's definitely that. Second place is 305, this beautiful brindle, and she is a tank. She's not got very much height on her, but boy, she's got the rest of it. She is built for sure, and I think both these girls are in calve, so they're in perfect condition to get ready to do that. And she has definitely got some tip-to-tip on her, but a lot of times that is the difference in horn shape, which is another cool factor about our breed. So she will be your second place, 305. Good job, ladies. These older cows are just the way they're supposed to act. You just can't look at them young heifer classes and go, oh gosh, I don't want a Longhorn. They're wild. Get it up in these mature classes, that's how you want them to act.
Thank you, Judge. So today in Class 508 Mature Females, entry number 306 is going to win your class. Her name is Belle Jewel, 94. She's a Saltillo Super Smooth out of Core 76, and she's owned by Bell Longhorns up there in Douglas, Wyoming. Second place is LGL Hot Latigo. She's an I'm a Hot Stuff daughter by Lil Texas Melody, and she is also owned by Bell Longhorns of Douglas, Wyoming. You folks came a long way, brought some great cattle, and it's paying off today. First and second place in Class 508. Next class will be Class 509. They will be mature females born 2017 and before. There will be 3 entries in the class. We have one that actually got stuck into the loose classes yesterday, wasn't supposed to be there, so entry number 332 will be moved over into Class 509. 3 entries in your mature females. Now, I told you that Texas Longhorn females become productive at a very young age. Many times, yearling heifers are bred to calve before they're 20 months old sometimes and start being productive at a very young age. But I'll also tell you that Texas Longhorn females can be very productive at a very old age as well. A lot of lifetime in these Texas Longhorn females, a lot of longevity, much different than much of the bovine industry. And you'll see some of these older females doing a great job staying in great flesh and raising some good calves, even at an advanced age. One of the tremendous traits of the Texas Longhorn. Some of you may be here at the National Western looking at some of the beef cattle shows while you're here. And you look at the Texas Longhorn and say, well, they just don't fill out like those beef cattle. They don't finish as fast. They're just a little leaner animal than we're used to looking at. Well, that's true. The Texas Longhorn does take a little longer time to finish out. But the red meat is so healthy, lower in cholesterol than white meat chicken when it's fed out right. And healthy red meat, the healthiest red meat you can buy on the market. And the Texas Longhorn crosses, when you start crossing with some of the beef breeds, well, you get a very hardy animal that calves easily, takes less maintenance, and you'll enjoy them. Go ahead, Judge. I think you're ready to go.
All right, so now you're into the real deal cows, is what I call them. If you're even possibly looking at these cows, wondering if you wanted to get in the breed, here's what you'd want to look at. We're going to leave them just like they are. This number 332 pair on the end with the white, mostly white baby, that is a gorgeous cow. She is, I think, the youngest in this class. But, I mean, just look at how, even with a little bit of her age, she still has, like, the perfect top line. Sometimes when they get a little bit older, that starts to go away. But if they're bred right and they've got good conformation and structure, she'll hold that. And she's obviously doing it. And she's got tremendous tip-to-tip and curve. And I'm not sure, how old is the baby? 2 months. So, I mean, she's doing a great job with the baby. Got a nice bag. Very good up on her feet. That's a good, ideal cow. Second place is going to be 327. This gorgeous, gorgeous color. Like everybody wants the brindle dapple. It's just very sought after. She's got gorgeous set of horns. And the calf is just about as big as her. So as another good mama out here that's doing what she's supposed to be doing. Third place, which is 314. Beautiful cow. I love her horn set and her color pattern. I have several of that color at home. The gentleman told me that they had just weaned a calf off of her, and that's what she looks like. She looks like, oh, I've been miserable for 6 months, and this is, now my calf is gone. So she's in great shape, and look at her walk. These are big cows, and they're not just kept up in a small paddock, and she's got great feet, legs, and all. I mean, very, very nice third place. So that's how I see it today in this mature cow class.
Thank you, Judge. That was Class 509. First place goes to entry number 332. Her name is Iron Gem. She is a daughter of the great drag iron bull and out of Juma's Jewel. She's owned by Larry and Heatherly Smith, and because Heatherly does a better job and she looks better in the arena, she gets to show her today. Great job, Heatherly. First place. Second place in that class goes to entry number 327. That's Windy Point Anna Jammin. She's the Jammin Jake daughter out of Windy Point, Santuza, and she is co-owned by Kelly Pearson and Windy Point Longhorns in Fowler, Colorado. And third place actually belongs to entry number 314. That is Diamond Dollar. She's a Sand Dollar daughter by Vivian 01. Chris Johnson of I Am Bar Longhorns of Bighorn, Wyoming, owner. I'll tell you a little bit about the two first and second place cows. They're going to be right up here at the top. Jammin' Jake was a Jamaicism son. Drag Iron is a Jamaicism son. So they are very, very closely related, those two cows. And you can see it a lot in the beautiful horn twist. And really the majestic look of those two animals comes down from that Jamaicism bloodline in the Texas Longhorn breed. And it's very popular today. Drag Iron is no longer. He passed away a year or more ago. And so his progeny are becoming very valuable in the Longhorn breed. And we love seeing them here at Denver. I will tell you that Drag Iron and Juma, the sire of that cow's dam, and some of the other great bulls that you've seen pop up in the progeny in this show are raised by Dickinson Cattle Company in Barnesville, Ohio. And on the back inside cover, you'll see DCCI's over 500 years of proven adaptability ad. And what a tremendous program they have out there in Ohio, raising some of the great bloodlines in the industry.
All right, now we're doing Grand Champion Mature Female. And you can definitely tell that these are all some very fine ladies. We are going to go Grand 332 and follow up with her second place for reserve. These two cows are very idyllic for our breed. If you want to know what they're supposed to look like, these two are a great definition of it. 332 will be your Grand, and 327 will be your reserve. Congratulations, guys.
Now, don't forget, if you've got a grand champion, reserve champion, or geez, even a class champion, that our photographers from Legacy Livestock Images will be right out there at the backdrop. And if you want a unique grand champion photo, well, the snow's fallen down here in Denver. There's one of the Legacy cars off the railroad tracks here at the stockyards in Denver that hauled bulls years and years and years ago from the stockyards. It'll be a very unique photo opportunity, one that you'll enjoy having on your mantle for years to come. Legacy Livestock Images is out there. They'll get a great photo for you, and then they'll show you some proofs online. So meet them out there at the backstop, and they'll get that photo for you. Congratulations to entry number 332. That is Iron Gem, owned by Larry and Heatherly Smith. She's your grand champion haltered female today. Your reserve grand champion is entry number 327. That's Windy Point Anna Jammin, owned by Kelly Pearson and Windy Point Longhorns. They are your grand and reserve champion haltered females here at the National Western Show in 2025. We're going to move right into your halter junior bull classes. Here is the next generation of herd sires in the Longhorn breed, and you'll get to see, even with these young bulls, what great disposition they have, and get to take a look really at what the future of the Texas Longhorn breed looks like. Bull class is coming up in class 402, bulls born May 1st through June 30th of 2024. That'll be your next class in haltered bulls. I know many of you were here yesterday, but I told you yesterday that the Texas Longhorn breed has a unique history here in Denver, Colorado. Back about 1865, when the Civil War had ended here in the United States, the country was depleted, and they were in need of beef and food for the eastern market. And as they came home from the war, men like Colonel Charles Goodnight and Oliver Loving began to look through the Texas plains and realize that there was thousands of head of rogue longhorn cattle that had just been left out on the plains. They began to gather them up, and they were the start of the great American trail drives that came out of the panhandle of Texas. And Denver was one of the stockyards that was the stopping off place for the great American trail drives. We'll talk more about that in a minute. Let's hear what the judge has to say about this bull in Class 402.
All right, so this is our first bull class, a single entry. I always hate it when there's not anybody else to look at with him, but he definitely could compete. He's definitely growthy for his age. He looks a little woolly, so I'd say he's been where it's been cold. He's got lots of horn growth for his age, and I'm telling you, he's acting like a gentleman. A lot of times the little bulls are still very chill at this age, and it makes them fun to show. They haven't really decided what they're supposed to do in life yet, so it makes it easier on us to show them. He's got great development all the way around. He doesn't have a lot of color, but if he's got conformation and horn, you can breed him to color. You got lots of cows at home that's got color on them. So he is going to be deserving of first place, 316.
Okay, first place in Class 316, that's LGL Focus Remington. He's a Focused on the Stars son by TCC Double or Nothing and owned by Shelby Moore of Lost Springs, Wyoming. Okay, we're looking for Class 403 of your haltered bulls, born March 1st through April 30th of 2024, class number 403. But I was telling you that Charles Goodnight and Oliver Loving, and you know it as the Goodnight Loving Trail. It came out of the panhandle of Texas, right up past Colorado Springs, on into Denver, into the stockyards, and men like John Iliff and others bought cattle from Colonel Goodnight back in those days for 4 to 8 cents a pound, sometimes just $15 a head for some of those longhorn steers. But what they did was they took them on to the rail yards in Cheyenne. They'd put them on freight trains from there in carts, much like those that are out here as the backdrop for the National Western Photo backdrop. And they would ship them from here to the East Coast to feed a hungry nation back in the mid-1800s after the Civil War. And it was really the Longhorn and the great trail drives out of Texas that made a difference after the war was over and began to bring food not only to the troops and to the citizens, but both to the Indian reservations and really saved the nation back in the 1800s. And Denver was an integral part of that right here at the stockyards, right on the grounds that we're sitting on today. It doesn't look like it so much today because we've made some drastic improvements over the last 5 years here in Denver. The old stockyard pens that had been here since the early 1900s were torn down. Concrete was poured. HW came in and brought all these beautiful panels and pins and made it very easy for us to pin and show cattle. But we are right on the historic side of the Denver stockyards that was all part of the great American trail drives of the 1800s. Your sponsor for your bull classes today is PNC Cattle Pens of Stillwell, Oklahoma. Paul and Crystal Warford are some of the greatest folks to deal with you'll ever be around. And if you're looking for livestock handling equipment, and specifically Longhorn livestock handling equipment, well, there's no better priced or better working systems than the PNC Cattle Pens, and you'll enjoy dealing with those folks, and they'll get you exactly the right thing with their Longhorn chutes and cages and their sweeps and just a great setup from PNC Cattle Pens. They're your sponsor today for your haltered bull classes.
All right, our next little bull class, it's definitely brought some different types of competition, which is always hard to sort. It just depends on what you like. So I'm going to start the class off, like I've said a million times today, with confirmation, and it's this young man right here. If you want to pull up here, 307. He is lacking in the horn department in my book, but he's got the rest of the parts. So I would think if you breed him onto some cows that had some big horn, he could definitely take care of the size problem. I mean, just look at his hip height and how thick he is. He's got perfect testicular development. He's got big legs under him. I mean, that's a big old calf. And, you know, you're looking at your breeding program. So size of your bull and how he's put together is very important. This young lady right here, she's going to wheel around here and be in second place. He is definitely beating first place in horn development and crazy color. They're just, like I said, they are all different shapes and sizes and frame sizes, but he's still a complete package. And he's got a great hip on him. Even though he is a little bit smaller, that's a very nice type. Look how trim he is down his belly and down through the front of him. These bulls will get really waisty, and if they're super waisty in the front end, so then your heifers are going to look like that too. So very, very nice little bull in second place. The third place is going to be this beautiful colored one. I love the little paint color on him. He's a little bit finer bone, but like I said, they're in different shapes. I like his horn development, that tip back horn. Some people really seek that out, and depending on what kind of cows you put him on, it can make some really cool horn sets. So that's how I see it today. 307 first, 315 second, 321 third.
All right, here we go. Entry number 307 is going to win your class. His name's Pecos Tough. O'Brien's Tough Enough is the sire. Pecos Gabriella is the dam. He's owned by Bill and Tammy Dennard of BT Ranch, Box Elder, South Dakota. Second place goes to entry number 315. That's MWR Buckshot's Legacy. Hubble's Buckshot's the sire. I own the prize is the dam. Lauren Lippert of Lippert's Legacy Longhorns from Rapid City, South Dakota owns that little bull. And then third place goes to Cowboy T.O. CPL. He's a PCC Amarillo Sky son out of Lazy J's Hourglass. Kim and Nick Nicodem of Commander's Place Longhorns in Newcastle, Oklahoma owns him. Thank you, folks. Great class. Class number 404 is going to be coming into the ring. This is bulls born January 1st through February 28th of 2024. Once again, the sponsor for your bull class is PNC Cattle Pens of Stillwell, Oklahoma. If you're looking for some really top quality cattle handling equipment and you want to buy from some folks that are the nicest folks with the best guarantee in the world, well, Paul and Crystal Warford are the ones you want to deal with in PNC Cattle Pens, Stillwell, Oklahoma. This is class number 404. This is bulls born January 1st through February 28th.
two fine gentlemen in here with no competition. Showman is doing a wonderful job, and this little bull is exactly how you want him to act. And just look at him on the side profile for y'all to look at. That's like perfect. You don't even need to look that he doesn't have color. He doesn't need it. You'll find cows at home that's got color. He's very, very nice. A perfect top. He's super thick, big boned. It's exactly what I like. Very, very nice. Congratulations, 323 for first place.
Thank you, Judge. Entry number 323, that's O'Brien's Black Ace. He's an SL Blackjack son out of Art 766 and owned by Scott and Jody O'Brien in Belvedere, South Dakota. We're going to go right now and judge your champion Halter Junior Bull and your reserve Halter Junior Bull. We talked about the ability of the young Longhorn females to breed, calve, and raise a calf at a young age. We have a very fertile line of young bulls in the Texas Longhorn breed where these young bulls can be sire and calves at a very young age. And your judge is looking at a lot of those things today, not only conformation, not only color, not only horn, but there are reproductive traits that she's looking at, like scrotal circumference, making sure that everything is there and is correct. And it's an important part of judging any bovine animal, but certainly in the Texas Longhorn breed as well. And that's one of the things our judges are trained to look at in the ring, is not just the conformation, but the reproductive qualities as well as Longhorn value. And you'll see that in all of these young animals. I caught a little of what our judge said in the last class, is that's the way she sees it today. Can I tell you, in these shows, this is not a fraternity. It's not what this bull might look like down the road. She's judging what they are in the arena today. And that's a difficult concept sometimes for a judge, and we have some judges that do a great job of that. For those of you that are a little new, maybe to the show business, We have two types of shows in the breed. We have legacy Longhorn shows like this, where these animals are judged standing side by side against each other in the ring, just as they look today. And then we have what's called bull and heifer futurities that are judged individually one at a time, and our judge is ready to go.
All right, this one was tough for me. There's a couple in here that I think that are very, very good, but they are green. So, and I'm going to do it as I see it today. And this young man right here, 323, as of today, he's in a perfect young bull stature for me. Very, very nice. And we're going to follow it up with this young man, 307. His body shape and conformation for me is what's definitely winning it for him. But I will tell you that this white calf on the end is going to be hopefully here next year. And I bet you'll be shocked at what he will look like against these other two. Like I said, it's something that you should still be proud of. You're here. But I'm telling you, this white one down here, y'all better pay attention if she comes back next year. A year's time on a bull was a big difference. So your champion will be 323, reserve 307.
Okay, there's your champion and reserve champion Halter bulls. Today in the Denver National Western, your champion Halter Junior Bull is entry number 323. Entry number 323, that's O'Brien's Black Ace. He's an SL Blackjack son owned by Scott and Jody O'Brien from Belvedere, South Dakota. Entry number 307 is going to be your reserve champion Halter Junior Bull today. And entry number 307 is Pecos Tough. He's sired by O'Brien's Tough Enough, and he's owned by Bill and Tammy Dennard of the BT Ranch in Box Elder, South Dakota. Thanks for bringing some great young animals. We're going to go right into your senior bull classes, and then we'll come back and judge your champions and your grand champion overall in your bulls here at the Denver National Western. Class 405 is next. Bulls born September 1st through December 31st. I began to tell you a little bit about the difference between these fraternities and these legacy shows. These shows, you stand them up, show them against each other just as they are today. But in your fraternities, they're judged one at a time and scored on a team of judges against the perfect Longhorn. And the design is to look at what the future of the Longhorn breed and the individual animal might be. The traits that are going to make him or her either a standout as a herd sire or a producer in the Longhorn industry. Slightly different in other ways, but slightly different. But here today, we are judging these animals just as they are today against each other.
So now we've gotten to the older bulls, and this one is very idyllic. He's gorgeous. Perfect panel side. People love the brindle. And throw in a panel side with some extra spots. I mean, he's just gorgeous. He's thick and big framed. I mean, I know I talk about that all day, but that's what I like. I want horn and big bodies, and those things are possible. So this bull is doing it. I just remember when we first started, a big bull was like 20, 30, maybe 35 inches. And now these bulls are surpassing that in a rapid pace. So when they can put huge, massive size on the calves and everything else that goes with it, it's just doing nothing but improving our breed. So 328 will be your class winner.
All right, entry number 328 in class 405 is going to be your winner. His name's Too Tough to Beat, and he was the only one in the class, but I can tell you that an animal like this can win a class of many, many more animals sometimes. He's sired by Tough and Ready, a young bull that's carrying on the legacy of the great Cowboy Tough Checks, which is a history maker in the Longhorn breed and the longest bull in history, longest horn tip-to-tip bull in history. And then he's by Tibna, and he's owned by the Smith-Butler Partnership of Groesbeck, Texas. Larry Smith on the lead shank today. That's Too Tough to Beat, entry number 328. Class 406 is going to come in the ring now. This is going to be bulls born May 1st through August 31st of 2023. Hey, Lana, are you here? I don't have any information on 331. If you could bring that to me.
All right, we got another older bull class here. We're going to start the class off with number 326, this big brindle, big dude. He's big boned. He's got like the perfect top on him. A lot of times I notice that the bulls, a lot of times don't have a great top, but it's important to look for that in your bull when you're putting it on, who knows what, 50 cows. So if he's not looking good himself, he is not going to improve what you got at home. Second place is going to be this really pretty 331. I love his color. I like that blue roan. Hopefully that comes off on some babies. It's very pretty. He is super nice. He's got lots of horn development. He's a big dude. Like I said, when they're up in this growing stage, they get kind of gangly. They're starting to get filled out and get thickened up. But both, two really nice bulls in this class.
Okay, first place in class number 406 is going to go to entry number 326. That's Grandfire LV. He's sired by the great Backfired Love LV that came from Longhorn Ventures, Mike and Linda Metcalf out there in Boone, Colorado. And the dam was Grand Jubilee LV 91. He's owned by the Kelly Pearson and Windy Point Longhorns of Fowler, Colorado. And entry number 331 will be your second place bull in class 406. The last class of bulls today at the National Western is going to be class 407. This will be bulls born January 1st through April 30th of 2023.
A really big, growthy bull in here in a single entry. You can just see how he's trucking out through here. He tracks like perfectly. Very nice and trim. I mean, he's in perfect show condition. I don't feel like he's too fat. I mean, Our show bulls, we like to feed them too. I want them to be as big as they're possibly going to be. So, and he's probably right at that limit. I don't think I'd want to get him too much bigger, but he's got a really cool forward-facing horn shape, and you can't miss his color. I mean, that splash of black and white is very eye-catching. So it's a very nice total package for somebody to take home and use. Number 308 will be first place.
All right, that is your winner of Class 407. That's entry number 308, Pecos winner. O'Brien's winning war paint was the sire, and Pecos Gabriella's the dam. Bill and Tammy Dennert, BT Ranch in Box Elder, South Dakota, are the owners. Now, I'll tell you, as you look at these bulls and that fine shape they're in, if you're coming out of South Texas, it's not too hard to keep one slick and shiny this time of year. But if you're in Box Elder, South Dakota, it's not quite that easy. And these cattle are coming in great shape, and they are show ready when they get here to the National Western. We appreciate our halter shows today and all those that brought some great cattle from all over the country.
A super, super nice class of bulls. I mean, all these are super nice. They would definitely benefit anybody that was in the market, but I bet they're probably not for sale. So the champion, I'm going to use the big brindle panel side in the back, number 328. He just marks all my boxes for what I'm looking for in my program. I still want them to have the big size and all that, and he's got it. And then he's got a really cool disposition, and I definitely need that at my house. You can't have these bulls out here getting a little ornery. Somebody's actually worked with him. I mean, and he is he is very, very perfect condition. I love how smooth he is over his shoulder, down over his top, over his tail. These are things that go right off onto the calf. So that's just what I'm looking for. Second reserve, I'm going to use this big dude down here on the end, 308. He's just massive, you know. He's really, really big. He does have really good conformation and bone structure. If there was anything I'd like to change about him, would probably be his top. But it could be because he's in definitely heavy condition too. But those two bulls are definitely going to benefit anybody that would be looking for something very, very nice, complete animals. So congratulations.
Okay, there you go. Judge has called it. Your champion senior bull today at Denver is entry number 328. That's Too Tough to Beat, and I guess he was today. He's a Tough and Ready son, owned by the Smith-Butler Partnership of Groesbeck, Texas. Your reserve champion bull is going to be entry number 308, Pecos winner. He's an O'Brien's winning war paint, owned by Bill and Tammy Dennert of the BT Ranch in Box Elder, South Dakota. We're going to leave him right here in the ring because we're going to come back and judge your grand champion overall haltered bull today and your reserve champion haltered bull of the Denver National Western. And listen, for 119 years in this industry right here in Denver. Being the grand champion at Denver has meant everything in the bovine industry for years and years and years. The coveted prize around the country was to be grand champion at the Denver National Western. We're about to crown another one this year, and he's going to go home with that title, Grand Champion Bull of Denver National Western Stock Show. I don't know if you guys in the crowd can see what I see over here where these kids are getting ready for the youth show. But they're not just on the chain tuning them up. They're not just brushing them. Some of them are laying against their animals, about half asleep, rubbing on their nose. And these old bulls and heifers and steers are absolutely their best friends. They are spending time with their animals. It makes all the difference if you're going to show at Halter. Okay, our show chairman here, Lana Pearson, has just told me that we are going to take a 30-minute lunch break. As soon as bowl's over, you guys can go shake it off, get something to eat, get something to drink, come back and listen. You want to come back because you've not seen anything yet. Wait till you see these young people showing their cattle in youth halter and showmanship. Well, it's the best sight here in Denver. You're going to like it. And our judge has a tough decision. We're going to let her tell you about it right now.
All right, well, this is tough. Like I said, you only have to have like my opinion for today, and that's it. So I'm probably gonna make some people upset. We're gonna use these two gentlemen right here on the outside rail. 328 will be grand. 323, the young man with the black calf, will be reserve. Super nice animals, exact packages like I like, and that's how I see it today.
All right, thank you, Judge. Well, here you go, the Denver National Western 225, the Texas Longhorn Show here, the grand champion all-age bull in Denver this year, and you'll hear it all over the country this year, is entry number 328. His name is Too Tough to Beat. He's a tough and ready son by Tibna, and he's owned by the Smith-Butler Partnership in Groesbeck, Texas. And then, reserve champion here in Denver this year is entry number 323. Entry number 323 is O'Brien's Black Ace. He's an SL Blackjack son owned by Scott and Jody O'Brien of Belvedere, South Dakota. There's the two best in the world at the Denver National Western this year in 2025. We're going to give you about a 30-minute break. Go grab you a bite of lunch. Listen, right out here, Legacy Livestock Images is going to be out at the backdrop. And once again, let me tell you, you're going to get a win photo like you will never have again in the light snow coming down here at Denver in front of one of the rail cars that's been around since the early 1900s. And it'll be a treasure, I promise you. So go out there and let Livestock Images, Legacy Livestock Images, get a photo of your grand champion bull. You'll be glad you've got one down the road. 30 minutes, we'll be back with the youth show at the Texas Longhorn Show at the National Western Stock Show here in Denver. I'd like to give a big National Western Texas Longhorn Show thank you to Rebecca Scott, our judge from Ohio. I think Rebecca did a great job in the last 2 days in the Loose Show and the Halter Show, and we were proud to have her here in Denver. She can go home now and say she did it. She judged the National Western Stock Show. Thank you for being here, Rebecca, and we'll look forward to seeing you down the road at some of the Longhorn shows. Hey, we're going to get ready to roll here in the Stockyards Arena. Young people, grab your animals. It's time for the youth show at the Denver National Western 2025 Texas Longhorn Show. This is the last cookie in the jar today. We're going to be showing youth halter and then youth showmanship. We got some great showmen. You're really going to enjoy this today because these young people, well, I'll just be honest with you. They do a better job than the adults. It's just the way it is. They love their animals. They spend time with their animals. We got them over here asleep on their animals. They've been playing with them, rubbing them on the nose, kissing them on the neck. And it's going to show up when they come in the arena. But you're going to see not only some really great specimens of the Texas Longhorn breed, but you're going to see some great showmen in the making as well. So gather up. Bring your food in with you if you're still eating. Grab something to drink. Have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. The youth show at the Texas Longhorn Show here at the National Western is about to begin. We're going to give you 5 minutes, then we're going to get rolling. We got a little change of guard here. Our show judge, well, she is all done for the day, for the 2 days, and we appreciate Rebecca and what she did for us, coming all the way out here from Ohio, and did a great job judging for us. And I don't know, she may be on her way to the hotel or who knows where. She is. She went shopping up on the hill. So we've got a little change of the guard here, and our judge for the youth show today is going to be Mr. James Spray. He is one of the partners in the Painted Skull Ranch down at Ellicott, Colorado, and they do everything from youth rodeos to barrel races to owning Texas Longhorn cattle. So he's says we're going to do that next. Okay, all right, very good. So James is going to be judging the youth today, and I can tell you that these folks at the Painted Skull make youth a priority where they're at. Not only do they raise some quality Longhorn cattle, you saw some of their cattle win yesterday in the show with his partner Dale Vollings, and but they really put an emphasis on young people at the Painted Skull Ranch, and so he's going to be your youth judge today. You guys are going to enjoy him. And he may be a lot like me. He may like kids smiling at him, talking to him. He's going to ask them some good questions. So you guys be ready. James is going to be a good judge for you today. And we're going to get rolling here in just a minute. But first of all, we've got kind of a special award that we do each year. And so there was a fella. His name's Kenny Richardson. Kenny was a member of the Texas Longhorn Breeders Association. He was an officer in the local association as well as a board member for the TLBA. And in 1995, Kenny began raising and showing Texas Longhorn cattle with his family. Competing throughout the nations, Kenny's Fossil Creek Longhorns won numerous awards for their cattle and showmanship. He showed his cattle at the National Western for many, many years. He was a longtime member of both the MPTLA and the MSTLA. Kenny was also an avid supporter of the association's youth programs, and I can testify to that. Developing young people's interest in cattle and showing is where Kenny's passion was devoted to in the Longhorn industry. He was always available to mentor and to support any young person in need of help and advice. And I'm just telling you, if you came here as a youth showman to the National Western when Kenny Richardson was here, if you needed help washing, cleaning, needed a set of stocks to take care of your animals in, well, Kenny's family is here, and we have a very special award, and I'm going to hand the microphone to Lana Pearson. There you go. This is our co-chair, Lana Pearson. She handles all the stuff at the arena and has been a close friend of the Richardson family for years. And just tell them a little bit about what we're doing this year.
We lost Kenny a few years ago, and in 21, and to keep the tradition going.
Hi, I'm Kenny's daughter, Jody. We just wanted to honor our dad's memory and legacy with supporting the youth show at the Longhorn at National Western with a memorial buckle. It's the Kenny Richardson Memorial Buckle. We award this to the 7 to 18-year-old exhibitors. And so everybody's entered in. It's just a random drawing. We want everybody to have a fair chance to get it. The only downside this year is it's still in Commerce City, so we will be shipping the buckle to you as soon as we do get it. Well, I guess we'll draw the name now.
Draw the name? Okay. And what page is that on? And to read about it, what page is it on?
Let Lana do it. Somebody not raise their hand. Okay. Lana, you do it.
Yeah. And let's see who's that. Henry.
Henry Freeman, you won the buckle.
All right, Henry, where you at, buddy? Come out here for a minute, would you?
Is that him? The red right there?
Does he? Do we have his?
Yeah, there we go. He's on the run. Look at this, making record time to the end gate.
Yeah. Come on in here, Henry.
Right out front.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
They're going to take your picture real quick.
That's awesome. Step right up there for a photo op. Look at the camera. Okay, the draw this year was to Henry Freeman of the Freeman Ranch, Pritchard, Colorado. Congratulations, Henry. Thank you, Karen. Thank you, family. You know, Kenny is
Put it in their back pocket.
moved on to greener pastures, but his legacy lives on here at the National Western with the youth show here. We're very proud of that, very thankful. Thank you, folks. Okay, we're going to get rolling with the youth show, and we're going to start with the peewee division. So in the peewee division, there can be some adult help with the animals. Oh, and we like that. So we'll have a few entries here. And these guys are just getting started. But what a start to learn to be a cowboy or cowgirl in the Texas Longhorn breed. And can I tell you this? The values of the life of ranching, farming, any type of agriculture in this country are getting lost in today's society. But these young people will grow up with a different mindset, a different work ethic, and really a different set of morals than what we see in a lot of young people today. And we're proud of that in the Texas Longhorn breed. And you're going to get to see some of the very start of that in this peewee division this morning. So, Judge, they're going to bring the peewee class to you. Good luck, buddy. Well, we're getting ready for the peewee class. Can I tell you that the Casey Ranch Longhorns of Yoder, Colorado, are the sponsor of your youth events today. And you've seen Travis, not only seen his cattle win in the show, but you've seen him out in the pens yesterday bringing cattle with his crew, getting them in and out for the loose show and doing a great job for us. Been doing that for several years. We appreciate the help there and all the crew that works alongside him out there and the work that they did yesterday. Aren't you glad yesterday for all those guys in the pens that it was 40 degrees and sunshine instead of snowing and 5 inches deep in snow out there? Would have been a different type of show yesterday. We appreciate, we open up this show every year in prayer and thank the one that gives us the green grass, the cattle that we love, and really even the good days that it takes to put on a show like this. So thankful for that. And today, we've got the beautiful snow and the moisture that we always desperately need here in eastern Colorado. So here we go. Here's your peewee division. We got some helpers to come along with them. And look at these young people getting ready, learning how to show their first longhorn animals. Sometimes I like to say that us as longhorn breeders like to see the next generation come on, but really what you're looking at today is the next generation. We've got the next generation showing the next generation how to bring an animal into the ring. And boy, I appreciate these young people that have been showing for a few years, taking on these little kids and getting them set up right the first time, showing them how to take care of their animals. And when I say young people, I'm not talking about Chris. He's gotten past the young people age. I want you to watch our judge as he moves down the line. See, with these young people, it's kind of a beginner's class. So what he's doing is he's asking them some questions, like, what's your animal's name? How much time do you spend with them? Things like that. Things that these young people are going to need to know down the road as they go ahead and start showing longhorn cattle. And the more they show, well, the more they'll learn, and they learn it from judges like this that like to ask them good questions and talk to them about their animals. I'll tell you a little bit about how this show gets started while we're going through this class. We do have a committee that is made up of both the MSTLA and the MPTLA folks. Myself and Lana Pearson are co-chairman of the organizing committee for the National Western Texas Longhorn Show. It also includes Travis Casey of Casey Ranch Longhorns, Tom Caulfield of Bunnywood Ranch, John Nelson from Clover Bloom Ranch in Wellington, Colorado, and Jeff Widows from the Tin Cup Ranch. And between the bunch of us, we try to figure out how to put a show on here at Denver each year and make it so that you folks will actually show up in the snow and bring some fancy cattle to show to us. This year, we had nearly 140 entries in the Texas Longhorn Show here. Are you ready, James? I'm going to let you talk a little bit.
Welcome, everybody. Whoa, I am loud, so y'all shouldn't have a problem hearing me today. Anyway, welcome everybody to our National Western Stock Show for our Longhorn and our peewee class. Could y'all give me a big round of applause for all of our little kids? This is a future to us, so we want to support them as much as we can. They did a great job. Hope to see y'all again next year. Thank you.
All right. Everybody will get a ribbon in the peewee class. Thank you, guys. Thank you, young people, for helping each of these little ones bring out their show cattle and get them started off right. Thank you, Chris, even though you're not a kid anymore, really. You know, we appreciate you stepping in and helping. Great job, young people. And we're going to get ready to go right into our competitive part of our youth show. Look at that. Shake his hand just right. All right, if you're getting ready in the back here, our first class in the youth division is going to be females born July through August of 2024. There is one entry number 302. Class number 2 is going to be females July through August of 2024. We are ready for you in the ring. I told you that Casey Ranch Longhorns is the sponsor of all the youth show classes today. And if you look on page 14 in your program, you'll see the ad for Casey Ranch Longhorns. It says home of Iron Span. Well, Iron Span is one of the young bulls in the breed that has been producing futurity winner after futurity winner. He's now here in Colorado at the Casey Ranch, and you're going to see some very fancy progeny by him show up in the next few years around the state of Colorado. So we appreciate Casey Ranch for sponsoring all of the youth show today. Okay, young people, don't think this is going to be a piece of cake. The judge is going to put you through your paces today. Make sure you know what you're doing and how you're handling your animals. He wants to take a look at every side of these animals. This will be James Bray's first show as a Longhorn judge. And we're starting him off with one in the class, and we're hoping that he gets the winner right in this class.
All right, we're going to start our first class here today with a single entry. and I can't wait to see her come back and show against some more heifers. This is a really nice heifer, nice top line, big bodied, travels well, ties in really nice in her flanks, got a great front third with her, very feminine, and this young lady's doing a great job showing her. Our winner will be 302. Thank you.
All right. Class number 2, entry number 302. Her name's Belle Penny. She's sired by LR Billy Bob CP, and her dam is OCC Go Healed. She's entered by Bell Longhorns, but she's shown by, well, one of my favorite little showmen, Emma Grace Velasquez. And I see her up in South Dakota all the time. What a great job she does. Good job, Emma. You're the winner of Class 2. Class 3, you're coming in next. These are females born May through June of 2024. You're going to have 2 entries in the class, Judge. Lana, I see we've got an extra one if you'd like to get me a number.
Hey, hey.
Okay, we're going to our Class 3. Is a couple of nice heifers here. I'm going to go and pick our number 301. She has a little nicer top line, a little better frame to her. Her lines are a little better. She doesn't have quite as much muscling over here as our second place heifer will, but all in all, this is a really nice heifer. Nice horn set, beautiful lines. This heifer here in second place, She just gives up a little bit on her top line to the heifer in first, and she has a little more, she don't have as quite as sound of a movement as the number 1 heifer, so our second place will be 317. Thank you, guys.
All right, congratulations, young people. Females class 3. First place goes to entry number 301. That's Belle Winnie Trey. She's a 5-star Command 279 owned by Bell Longhorns and shown by Emma Velasquez. Entry number 317 will be your second place heifer. That's SM Godiva. Sire is Silver Intrepid and entered by Shelby Moore, shown by Brody Swans. Okay, we've got class number 4 coming into the ring now. Should have 4 entries in this class. We do have 1 scratch. There'll be 4 entries in the class. Females born March through April of 2024. Okay, we're going to push our rookie judge just a little bit here. Give him a few more nice animals to look at. Remember, in a show like this, it's animal against animal, standing here as they are today. And we've got some judges that really enjoy working with young people. That's a very big positive for these youth classes. And it's great for the young ones, too.
All right, our class 4 here is quite a bit difference in heifers here. We have a variety of about everything you could like in one: color, size, frame. But all in all, and everything I like, I'm going to go with number 324 here. She has the nicest top line. She has the nicest frame here. She has enough size for her. She's plenty feminine. So in our second place, this calf may be a little bigger than everybody in the pen, but she doesn't have some of the look that number 1 gives us. She's not quite as clean in her flank. She's a little longer. Real feminine looking, very nice heifer. And then number 3 here, 309, this is such a nice heifer. She's got everything we want. She just gives up a whole lot in size, and they're really just, a month apart, so shouldn't be that much difference in size, but I sure can't wait to see this one come back with this young man. A little bit older, a little bit bigger. And then over here for our calf that finishes up our class, she just gives away a little bit more in conformation, a little bit. I'd like to see her cleaned up a little bit in the center, and her flank is, what a nice set of horns and beautiful coloring on her. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge. So here's the results of Class 4 females born March through April of 24. First place goes to entry number 324. That's O'Brien's Switch Legend. She's an SL Switchblade daughter, entered by Scott and Jody O'Brien and shown by Paisley Widows. Second place goes to entry number 330. Her name is Tough Raffles. She's at O'Brien's Tough Enough, entered by Bill and Tammy Dennard and shown by Weldon Widows. Third place goes to entry number 309, DC Silver Sand Dollar, entered by Jesse and Amber Dewey and shown by Ty Dewey. And fourth place goes to entry number 312. That's Bank Tango. Her sire's Gaston. The dam is the bank theme, and she's entered by the Freeman Ranch, shown by Henry Freeman. Thank you, young people. We're going to move right on into females born January through February of 24. We'll have one entry in your class, Judge.
All right, we have a single entry in this class, number 5, and she is a nice heifer. Big frame, nice lines, beautiful horn set on her, and I'd like to see what she does down the road. A huge difference between the classes before and this heifer here, and she's still being such a nice little heifer for this young lady. We know you've been here before, huh? But what a nice heifer. Congratulations, 310 is our champion. Can't wait to see her back in the next class. So she can stay in.
All right, well, that was class number 5. Your entry number 310 is going to win the class. That's DC Sapphire Cactus. She's a PCC Cactus Jack daughter. She's entered by Jesse and Amber Dewey, but she's shown by Brindley Dewey. Brindley, great job as always. And you are beautiful today. Love the bow in your hair, kid. All right, we are looking at the winners, first place winners of our first 4 classes for the junior champion female and the reserve champion female. So we're looking at entry 302, 301, 324, and 310 in the ring now. And your judge has to decide between these ages of these, which one is the absolute best of these young heifers.
What a beautiful set of heifers we have in our grand champion. Will end up being number 301, right?
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Out of everything, she just has it all. For this to be the youngest heifer in the class, she is just a knockout. Congratulations, sweetie. And then bring in second.
There was in second place. I mean, you can just pull out here in the middle of the ring, though, and then take them.
Okay.
This is their first ever show. She's doing good.
She's doing good. I remember you as well.
Nice to meet you. My name's Mick.
Nice to meet you, Mick. For our reserve, I'm going to go with the number reserve right here. What's your number, young man? I know it's Nick, 301.
Go over there.
Yeah.
Good job, buddy. And you guys are good to go. You can just follow your sister out, all right, man?
So 301 and 302. That's all right here.
So 302 is for grand, right?
Yeah. And 301.
All right, if I heard this right, I think entry number 302, is that correct? 302 is going to be your grand champion junior heifer today. Belle Penny, entered by Belle Longhorns and shown by Emma Grace. And entry number 301 will be your reserve. That is Belle Winnie Trey, entered by Belle Longhorns and shown by Mick Velasquez. Thank you, young people. That clears up our junior heifers. We're going to go right on into our class number 8, females born September through December of 2023. We don't have any in class 8. We're going to go to class 9. We'll have 2 entries in class 9. These are females born May through August of 2023. Well, if you haven't been outside in the last couple hours, I have good news and bad news. If you live in eastern Colorado, the good news is we're getting moisture that we don't always get. The bad news is if you got to drive home, we're getting moisture that we don't always get, and it's in the form of about 7 inches of snow out there. So y'all be careful as you're loading your cattle and headed out of Denver. If you're going out today, maybe even tomorrow, just take it easy. Take your time, take care of your cows, and enjoy the scenery in colorful Colorado.
Wow, this is sure a nice set of heifers. Got some color in here, don't we? So our class number 9 will be July of last year. So these will be nice big heifers about to start their life as a mama. So we'll be looking for a little bit different in this class than we did in the others. And wow, what 2 nice heifers and they're different. They're definitely different. We got color, we got size, and we sure got some nice horns here. But I'm gonna have to pick number 503 for our winner. She's just a little more everything I'm looking for in a mama cow. What a set of horns. This has got some color that is hard to find in your herd, and everybody wants this. And our second place will go to number 303. Nice job, lady.
Congratulations. So, entry number 503 is going to be the winner of Class 9 today. That's TCR Angels Envy 31. She's an open carry daughter owned by Jeff Widows and shown by Wyatt Pitch. Second place goes to entry number 303. That's Bell Hot Butterscotch, sired by Generally Hot Stuff, entered by Bell Longhorns and shown by Emma Grace. Congratulations, you two. We're going to go right on into Class 10, females born January through April of 2023. We've got a couple of them in that class, Judge. Have at it, kids.
All right, in our class of 10, we only have 2 entries here, but this is actually the hardest class so far because this is a little bit different. Obviously we got a cow here who's already bred. She's starting her job already. Very nice top line. I'd like to see a little more horn growth on her. A little bit cleaner here, but all in all, this is a very nice squared up cow. She's a little bit bigger, a little bit nicer top line than the heifer that's going to be in second place here. Well, all in all, they're both very nice cats. Good job, young lady.
Is that the order they're going out in, Judge? I believe, Judge, if I got that right, 311 is your first place. Is that correct? Lana? 311? 11 and 13. All right, winner of your Class 10 is going to be entry number 313. That's Shiraz, 32. Sired by HL Bullwhip and entered by Wyatt Pitch, shown by Wyatt Pitch. And then entry number 311 is going to be your second place in Class 10. That's Flying H Shiloh. Texas Rooster, CP, is the sire, owned by Jesse and Amber Dewey and shown by Brindley Dewey. We're ready for Class 11 females from 2022.
That was wrong. 311A is your winner and 313 is your reserve.
Okay. Here's what I'd like to do. I would like to back up. And I'll tell you again that your winner of Class 10 is entry number 311. That's Flying H Shiloh, shown by Brindley Dewey. Second place is 313. That's Shiraz 32, owned and shown by Wyatt Pitch. Thank you, guys. Going right into Class 11 females of 2022. All right, once again, as these young people are in the ring, you'll see that these young females are productive, got calves at side. Calves are already halter broke, ready for their show career starting right now here in Denver, Colorado. So one of the great things about these Longhorn females is we expect them to be productive at a young age and to produce until an old age. And it's more longevity than any animal in the bovine industry. 20 to 25 years old, sometimes these cows will be reproducing and raising calves.
All right, in our Class 11 here, this is just kind of what's your preference here? You know, and they're both nice young cows, and they're both doing their job. They've got big, nice, pretty calves on their side. The black cow's a little more fit up for this. Obviously, her heifer is too. But we can't take away much from this cow over here. She don't have quite the top line that the black cow has, but she's sure got a nice udder on her. She's very feminine. She's got a lot of colors. She's not quite as fit up as this one, but she's got a big old calf on her side as well, so she's doing her job. So I'm going to pick 702 for our first place here. And then in our second place will be 304.
All right, thank you, Judge. Your female class of 2022, Class 11, your winner is going to be entry number 702. That's Jamaz's Star. She's a double K Jamazu, entered by Chris Johnson and shown by Wyatt Fitch. Second place goes to entry number 304. That's OCC Go Healed. TL Revival's the sire of that heifer, and Bell Longhorns is the owner. Emma Grace Velasquez is showing. We're going to bring our class winners back in now and look at our senior champion and reserve champion females, and then we're going to bring everybody back in and look at our grand champion and reserve champion females in your youth show here at the Denver National Western in 2025. Looks like we'll be looking for entries 503, 311, and 702 to be judged for grand. I'd like to mention that we appreciate the help of Chris Johnson in the ring. Chris and his brother and his dad, Toby, have been coming to the National Western for many, many years, and they have a very high-profile ranch up in Wyoming. Years ago, I was walking through the Hall of Education, and there was a photographer up there that had some beautiful photographs that included some Longhorn cattle and some big old Longhorn steers that were romping through the snow somewhere in a remote pasture. And I asked him, I said, where did you get those photos? And he said, well, that's the Toby Johnson steers up on their ranch up in Wyoming. And so they're pretty well known for having some beautiful Longhorn steers. And he's well known around here because they're always great help when they're here at the National Western Stock Show.
All right, for our champion here, we sure got some nice heifers and young cows. But, you know, we're looking for our future. And we got a girl over here who's already getting the job done. This cow here don't have a calf on her side. So I'm going to go with our number 702 for our first place and our champion. Well, this was a hard class to pick. We sure got a lot of different varieties of different type. And again, this is based on what you like. You know, anybody could spin in here and pick their favorite. I'd take every one of them home with me today. So for our reserve champion, I'm going to go with 503. Thank you, young man.
All righty, so your grand champion in your females is going to be entry number 702. That's Jamaza Star, entered by Chris Johnson and shown by Wyatt Pitts. And your reserve champion is going to be entry number 503. That's TCR Angels Envy, entered by Jeff Widows and shown by Wyatt Pitts. Congratulations on you two. We're going to have them back in here and get our all-age grand champion female judge now. And then we'll move right into our bull classes after that. Well, this is where it gets a little tougher for a judge. Now we're looking at heifers that cover everything from about 10 months old to about 2 years old. So you're looking at the same things, but you're looking at such a wide range and variety in ages that it makes it a little more difficult. We're going to see what our judge does today. We've got some nice young females in the ring right now.
All right, for our overall grand champion, it's going to go to 702 here. Now, do we bring any more in or reserve?
No, these are your junior reserve or champion in reserve, and this was your reserve. Okay. So this is for overall.
Okay. And for our reserves, going to go to this young lady right here, 303. Thank you.
Yeah, you can go out.
Thank you.
503? 302.
302. So it's the senior.
What's the number on your reserve champion?
302.
Okay, so today at the National Western, your grand champion female in your youth division is going to be entry number 702. That is Jamaza Star, Double K Jumazu, entered by Chris Johnson and shown by Wyatt Pitch. And your reserve champion is going to be entry number 302. That is Belle Penny. She's an LR Billy Bob CP, entered by Bell Longhorns and shown by Emma Grace Velasquez. Thank you, young people. We're going to go right into our bull classes now. Class number 19, you're going to have a couple entries. These are bulls born March through April of 2024. Class number 19, bulls born March through April of 2024. We've got a few bull classes to go here. Then we're going to go to our steers in our youth division. There'll be quite a few of those, but wait around because the showmanship is coming up. That's where the animals aren't judged as much as the young people that handle them. So that's always a fun event. I think you're going to enjoy it too. Youth showmanship coming up right after bulls and steers.
In our class 18, we have one entry here, and he sure is a nice young bull here. Got kind of everything we want: color, horn growth, testicle growth. Very nice young bull, straight lines. Can't wait to see him come back in a little while and be in a group with a bigger class.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Okay, congratulations, entry number 316. That is LJL Focus Remington, sired by Hubble's Buckshot. Damn his eye on the prize. It's entered by Shelby Moore and shown by Emma Grace Velasquez. Going to move right on into Class 19, bulls born March through April of 2024. Class number 19, bulls born March through April of 2024. I don't know about y'all in the crowd as you're watching this, but I've worked with a lot of young bulls over the last 45 years, and I can tell you that it's not as easy as it looks to have these young bulls so halter broke in such good shape and so well started that these young people are taking care of them like this. You have to live with one at home to make them like this. So we appreciate what these young people do with their animals and enjoy watching them show.
All right, we have a nice young class of bulls here from March and April of last year. And we're looking for different things here now. We're looking for a herd sire, and in that we want several different things. We want a big-bodied bull. We want some nice color, nice horns on them. I'd like to put these two together. There's some things that I really don't like as much about both calves, but if we put them together, we could fix almost everything in them. This bull right here has a nice big frame, nice top line, big shoulder on him. A little too much scrotum there. I'd like to see that cleaned up some. This other bull over here, he gives away some in size and in shape, but boy, makes up a lot in that horn there. I can't wait to see him when he's a little bit older, come back and see what he's gonna do. But all in all, we're looking for an all-around herd sire. So I'm gonna go with 307 here for our first place and number 305 for second place. Congratulations, young man.
Congratulations, young people. In your class number 19, entry number 307 is going to be your winner. His name's Pecos Tough. O'Brien's Tough Enough is the sire. Is owned by Bill and Tammy Dennert. He's been shown by Jack Freeman today. Entry number 315 is going to be your second place bull. That's MWR Buckshot's Legacy. Sired by Hubbell's Buckshot, owned by Lippert's Legacy Longhorns, and shown by Paisley Widows. Class number 20 into the ring next. Class number 20, bulls born January through February of 2024. We're going to have one entry in your class, Judge.
All right, in our class 20 here, we just got a single entry. Very nice young black and white bull here. He's got a lot of shape to him, a lot of testicular growth, very nice great top line. A lot of mass here, a lot of bone to him. I'd like to see him at this age have a little more horn growth here, but you know, we'll have to cross that later. So our winner is going to be number 323, class 20, 323.
All right, 323 will be your first place in this bull class 20. His name is O'Brien's Black Ace. He's an SL Blackjack son, owned by Scott and Jody O'Brien and shown by Weldon Widows. We are ready to judge our grand champion and reserve champion bull for 2025 in the youth division here at the National Western Texas Longhorn Show. So we've got entry 316, 307, and 323 back in the ring.
All right. In our grand champion bull, I'm going to go with our 323 here. He's just a lot bigger bull, a little nicer straight lines, and just a little more herd sire bull that I'm looking for. And is this reserve? Reserve too? Okay. All righty. Congratulations, young man. No problem. All right, and our reserve champion will be 316, our little brindle white bull. Thank you, sweetie. Good job.
Okay, so here at the 2025 National Western Texas Longhorn Show, your youth champion bull is going to be entry number 323. That is O'Brien's Black Ace, sired by SL Blackjack, owned by Scott and Jody O'Brien, and shown today by Weldon Widows. Your reserve champion bull is going to be entry number 316. That's LJL Focus Remington, sired by Hubble's Buckshot, owned by Shelby Warren, shown today by Emma Vasquez. We're going to move right into our steer classes now. Your steer class number 26 will be first out. That is steers born April through June of 2024. Steer class number 26. We're getting down to it now in our youth show. Three more steer classes, and then we're going to go right into our showmanship classes. So stick around. It's about to get better. You know, I can't help but think to remind you folks in the crowd as I look at Old Glory waving on the screens around here, and thank you to the National Western for doing that for us and putting the graphics up. But I can't help but think that the Texas Longhorn is really the only true American breed of cattle. So many have been imports over the years, and they've done a great job in the beef industry. But the Texas Longhorn is truly America's breed and really the icon of the Old West. It's one of the reasons that they're so popular here in Denver and really around the country. It's why people stop along the side of the road just to take pictures of the cattle in your pastures. And it's just an exciting part of the cattle business. If you're involved in the Longhorn business, well, you know exactly what it's like because you got people stopping all the time wanting to ask questions about it. If you're not in the Longhorn business, I promise you it's something. If you've got a little bit of grass, a little bit of space in the backyard, a little front pasture somewhere, well, I promise it's something that you'll enjoy and that you can get to be a part of. Just ask one of these folks that's displaying cattle here. They'll either have some for sale or they'll know where you can find one. You know, the nice thing about the Texas Longhorn, if you've got one female Longhorn in your pasture, even with a bunch of muley cattle, you can quit worrying about the coyote population. They'll handle that for you. Nothing like having a couple weapons to take care of predators and protect your baby calves. Okay, here we go, Judge. This is your steer class 26, born April through June of 2024. Looks like you'll have a half a dozen in the class.
All right, this was a tough class here. Number of classes 26 steers from April to May, and one June steer here. Very nice group of steers here, a little bit different in taste and what you like. But overall, these are going to be trophies that we park out in the driveway or out in the yard, and people stop by, take pictures, and want to come up and see everything else we have in our herd, right? So if that's the case, then I'm going to pick our number 8 steer right here as our winner. He has everything we're kind of looking for. He's got color, he's got horn, he's got type. He sure is a nice steer, and he's going to be somebody's really nice trophy one day. Probably going to see somebody ride him around with a saddle. And in our second place, I'm going to go with number 26 here, the young lady in purple. She has sure got a nice, pretty steer there. He's got great body type. He's got beautiful horns. All in all, a very nice steer. And then in our third place, this is a nice steer too. We're going to go with number 31 here, the big black and white steer. This is sure a nice big steer. He's going to grow into a beautiful trophy one day. He gives up a little bit in some of his frame from the next calf here that I picked behind it, but all in all, he's a very nice steer. This steer here's got a lot of color, got a great type to him. I'd like to see him a little bit fitter, but you know, we also want him to grow. So very nice steer here, number 10. Be our fourth place. And in our fifth place, I'm going to go with number 29 here. Nice steer. I'd like to see him a little fitter, a little bit bigger, but nice horn set, great top line. Could be a little nicer in the back quarter back here, but all in all, a very nice steer. And our finishing up our class will be number 1 here. This is a cool little steer now. He's got the coolest color probably all day long. He's had a little fight for him. Now he don't want to stay in here without his friends, so we'll go ahead and let you take him out. Good job, young man.
Congratulations, guys. Entry number 8 is going to be your first place steer in the steer class 26. That is Bell Star Clyde. His sire is 5-star Command. He's owned by Bell Longhorns, and he's shown by Mick Velasquez. Entry number 26 will be your second place steer today. That's Bell Salty Jesse. Bell Gonna Be Salty 99 is the sire. It's owned by Bell Longhorns and shown by Emma Grace Velasquez. Your third place steer is going to be entry number 31. That's DC Disco Dave. Sired by Hodges Wasp 06 and owned by Jesse and Amber Dewey, shown by Brindley Dewey. Your fourth place steer is going to be entry number 10 today. Entry number 10 is Bell Salty Skeeter. Bell Gonna Be Salty 99 is the sire and it's entered by Bell Longhorns. Entry number 29 is going to be your fifth place animal today, MTR Cletus. G1F Iron Drag, entered by Martin's Twisted Rants and shown by Tucker Martins. And your sixth place animal is LJL Focus Yuma. Focused on the stars was the sire. Shelby Moore owns him. Lane Schwartz was showing him. Next up, your class 27 steers born January through March 2024. You got one entry in the class, Judge. Don't forget, young people, that there is a photographer out here in the braving it in the snow today for everybody. They are taking pictures of the champions, both in the youth show and the open show, and they'll be out there at the backstop when everybody gets done and receiving their awards. If you'd like to get a picture here at the Denver National Western, well, here's your chance. Go out there and get your photo taken. You'll be glad you did. Go ahead, Judge.
All right, we have a single entry in this class 27, and it sure is a pretty colored up steer here. He's going to make a very nice man one day. So our winner will be number 28.
All right, congratulations. Entry number 28, that's MTR Bootlegger McCoy. G1F Iron Drag was the sire. It's owned by Martin's Twisted Ranch and shown by Hadley Martins. We're going to bring our first places back in, both number 8, I think, and number 28, probably, to judge as the champion junior and reserve champion junior steer of your 2025 National Western Texas Longhorn Show. We're coming down to the end now, just a couple more steer classes, a few grand champion calls, and then we'll get right into showmanship, and you're going to enjoy that. So stick around. We're almost done.
All right, since we've looked at these already, I don't have to waste a lot of time on this one. We're going to go with our champion steer here. Is going to be number 8, like from earlier today. Good job, young man. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And then all right, these are two very similar steers here, but I'm going to go with number 26 for our reserve champion. Good job.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Okay, guys, great job from everybody. Your junior champion steer today is going to be number 8. That is Bell Star Clyde. It's owned by the Bell Longhorns and shown by Mick Velasquez. And your reserve champion junior steer today is going to be entry number 26. That's Bell Salty Jesse, also owned by Bell Longhorns and shown by Emma Grace Velasquez. Going to go right into your older steer classes. We're going to start with class number 30, and these are steers born September through December of 23. You'll have one entry in the class, Judge.
We sure have a nice steer here in our class 30. I can't wait to see him come back and compete against the rest. It's being a single entry here, but is he not cool? Big bodied, big frame, big boned. This is going to be a big old trophy one day. Man, what a nice steer. It goes to exhibitor number 30. Class 30 winner be number 30.
Okay, your steer number 30 is going to be winner of class number 30. That's Flying H Rooster Cogburn. What a great name. Texas Rooster CP is the sire, owned by Jesse and Amber Dewey and shown by Ty Dewey. I've got a special guest up here today. He's going to come on up to the platform for me. And we have a lot of folks to thank for the things that we've got done here at the National Western, both in the National Western complex itself and within the Longhorn breed. And I keep telling you that we've got some great sponsors. But one of our sponsors this year is H.W. Hutchinson Western. And we have with us Blake Hutchinson. He is the CEO, the owner of Hutchinson Western. He and his dad and his granddad have a great legacy in this country of producing some of the great livestock products. Everything that you see here at the National Western, Hutchinson Western had a process in. All these panels, all these pins. This building has their name on the front of the building, Blake. We can't tell you how much we appreciate what you do for the Longhorn breed, what you do for the Western way of life in Denver and for the National Western. Can you tell me just a little bit about HW?
Thanks, Gary. Yeah, this is great to be out here. See all these iconic animals right here. I mean, this is where, as far as I'm concerned, this is the very first American breed of livestock beef animals, and I certainly appreciate all you producers that keep this tradition alive. It's extremely important, and I take my hat off to you, for all your hard work as far as that's concerned. But yep, I'm the last Hutchison. We lost my dad last summer. We were blessed last night. The junior livestock auction, we bought the grand champion steer for all-time record, and the sale broke all-time records last night, and we bought that steer in my dad's honor. So, but this is a treat for me to come down here, see my good buddy Gary, and all these wonderful Longhorns. So, thank you very much.
Blake, we appreciate what you do for the Longhorn breed, what you've done for the National Western here in Denver, and no way to thank you enough. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being down here today. Appreciate you. All right, we are in the steer class 31, born May through August of 2023.
Well, in our class 31 here, this was sure a tough class here. There are a lot of different types and styles in here, but we're looking for us a big old steer to park out in the driveway. And all in all, this big old frame steer over here is going to be my favorite, number 31. Congratulations, young lady. I'd like to see a little more size to him, but he's pretty fit. He looks great. He's an example of what we're looking for in our Longhorn Association. Now, our second place steer here, he's fit up for show pretty good. And he is such a cool little steer. And these horns are going to be so cool one day. This color is exactly what we want. So our second place is going to go to number 33 here. And we'll finish up our class with this big, nice black and white steer. He has everything he just little bit less horn and body type as our second place winner here. But our third place will be number 34 there. Congratulations.
Did we have a scratch in that class? Lana? Lana? Did we have a scratch in the class? What did we have there? All right, so your steer class 31 was won by entry 31. That's TCR Small Town. Sires Open Carry, owned by Jeff Widows, shown by Stephanie Taylor. Second place goes to entry number 33, Bell Salty Carl. Bell Gonna Be Salty was the sire. Bell Longhorns is the owner, and Mick Velasquez was the showman. Third place goes to entry number 34. That's DC Pandas Pride. UJP Silver Mines, the sire. Jesse and Amber Dewey, owner, and Brindley Dewey was showing. We've got one more steer class. This is class number 32. There's 2 entries for you, Judge, and we'll be all done with your classes. Go back and judge grand and reserves, and we can get right on to showmanship. Appreciated Blake Hutchinson showing up. He has a lot to do here at the National Western, so I'm thankful he had a little time for us. But listen, beyond what he does for us as a sponsor, if you're looking for quality livestock equipment, just look at the panels that are set up in this arena and out there in the yards and in the sale arena that they built here at the National Western. They're quality products. They work every time. They'll last forever. The powder coating on them is absolutely the best. And so I think if you're looking for some livestock equipment, I think you'll appreciate what Hutchinson Western does.
All right, in our class number 32, these are some really cool steers. It sure is nice when you get to see them grow up. This guy here has really come a long ways. He is sure a nice steer. But for what I'm looking for, I'm going to go with our colored up bighorn steer up here, number 37. What a nice color, what a nice horn. Great lines on him. This is going to make a super trophy. But that doesn't take away anything from this big, nice deer. I'd like to have placed him higher, but he sure is a nice deer. He's growing, and he is going to be a great showmanship steer for you, isn't he?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Congratulations. 37 is our winner.
All right, there we go. In your last steer class, class number 32, entry number 37, Maverick 300, sired by LJL Sam Santee. He's entered by Wyatt Pitch, and he's been shown by Wyatt. And then your second place steer is DC Clifford, sired by the good Span Pro Bull, shown and entered by Brindley Dewey. That's the last of your steer classes, but we're going to bring them back in, judge them for senior champion and reserve senior champion, and then we'll bring them all in and judge them for grand champion overall steer at the Denver National Western Stock Show, Texas Longhorn Show this year, 2025. Then we'll get right on to showmanship. As we're kind of winding down here at the Texas Longhorn Show this year, I'd like to mention to you again our trail sponsors here at the National Western, and I can't thank them enough and tell you how important it is to be a sponsor either here at the National Western or at any of our Texas Longhorn events around the country. They really are what make our world go round, what makes these events possible, what makes the prizes, the awards possible, the dinners, all the things that we do at these events is only possible because of our great sponsorships. And our Chisholm's Trail sponsor this year, of course, was Blake Hutchinson. You just met him, of Hutchinson Western Livestock Products in Adams City, Colorado. Our Santa Fe Trail sponsor this year is Mike and Callie Smith of Cold Copper Ranch and Cold Copper Commodities of Burnett, Texas. Can't tell Mike and Callie enough how much we appreciate them. They sponsor Longhorn events all over the country. Our Goodnight Trail sponsor is for Parker Excavating, Inc., TNT Electric Company, Inc., and then our Dawson Trail sponsor was AES Energy. And we'll go on after the judge is done here and talk a little more.
For our champion steer, I'm going to go with this big steer, number 31. Beautiful color, and that is an amazing set of horns there, sweetie. Congratulations. All right. 30, what's your number? 37. 37. All right, for our reserve champion, it'll be 37. So our champion was 31, and our reserve will be 37.
All right, so your champion senior steer this year is number 31. That's TCR Small Town. He's sired by Open Carry, owned by Jeff Witters, and shown by Stephanie Taylor today. And your reserve champion is Maverick 300, entry number 37. That's an LJL Sam Santee son, entered by Wyatt Pitch and shown by Wyatt Pitch. We're going to look at him one more time, pick out our overall grand champion and reserve champion steers. We'll be done with the steer class, and we'll jump right into showmanship. Young people, get sharp, get your hair combed, brush your teeth, polish your boots, get ready. It's your turn to shine just as soon as Grand's finished. We have some what we call show sponsors for the National Western this year. FNBO of Colorado and Nebraska is one of them. The International Texas Longhorn Association out of Glen Rose, Texas is one. And Walter Scott Jr., College of Engineering at Colorado State University. Always appreciate what they do for us from Fort Collins, Colorado. Then your grand champion buckle sponsors this year for your heifers. Well, that was the Coriani Buckle Company where we got all the buckles. And Wayne Bays is always good to add a sponsorship to the bargain he gives us on those great awards each year. They're out of Anthony, New Mexico. For mature cows, it was Christina Abbey and Raymond James Associates out of Fort Collins, Colorado. Cowboy Up right here out of Denver sponsored the bull buckle. And John and Darlene Nelson, been here years and years at the National Western, always appreciate what Clover Bloom Ranch does for us, sponsored the buckles for the steers. In your halter show, the heifer buckles were sponsored by Freeman Jarman Partnership, the Freeman Ranch of Yoder, Colorado, and T-Squared Ranch of Holcomb, Kansas. Your mature cows, they were sponsored by PNC Cattle Pens out of Stillwell, Oklahoma. We love those folks and the product that they put on the market and all they do for the Texas Longhorn breed over the year. And your bulls buckles was sponsored by Tom Smith Brunello LLC out of Fort Collins. We appreciate those folks so much. Your judge now is looking at all of your steers from young to old. He's going to pick the very best of the best for the grand champion all-age steer at the Denver National Western Stock Show.
All right, for our overall champion steer, it'll be going to our big steer number 31. Congratulations, young lady. And our reserve champion will go to our winner of the other class, number 8.
Thank you so much.
Nice.
All right. Well, we've got her figured out now, and your grand champion steer of the Denver National Western Texas Longhorn Show this year at 2025 is going to be entry number 31. Well, that is TCR Small Town. He's sired by Open Carry. His dam was FCL Gypsy Queen. Jeff and Jordan Widows owns the steer. Stephanie Taylor was showing it for him today. Congratulations to everyone involved. Your reserve champion, grand champion steer at the Denver National Western is going to be entry number 8. Entry number 8, I'll tell you who that is in just a minute as soon as I find it. Entry number 8 is Bellstar Clyde. 5-star Command was the sire. It's owned by Bell Longhorns. And Emma Grace, I think Mick Velasquez showed him today. Appreciate what you kids have done. Great job, young people, showing now. Now it's no longer, well, a little bit about the animal, but only a small piece about the animal. Next, what's coming up is what we call showmanship. And that's when these young people really get to shine. They're going to be watching that judge. They're going to be it's going to be a serious event for them, because this is all about them and how they handle their animal, how they handle their show stick, what they do in the arena, how well they follow instructions. The showmanship is really all about these young people, and this is really going to push our judge a little bit. We're right into our class peewee. Is that where we're at now? We're in juniors. Class 1 juniors, 7 to 9 years of age. Looks like we'll have 5 entries, Judge. Well, this is a little more than just about how they show their animal and how they look. It's a little bit about their knowledge about their animal, about the Longhorn breed. There's no telling what a judge is going to ask one of these young people. And I can tell you after judging a few shows that they're hard to fool. These kids have grown up around the Longhorns. They spend time with their Longhorn cattle, and they know them as well as anybody. So it's a lot of fun. This is your junior, class 1 junior, 7 to 9 years of age.
All right, this is always my favorite time of the whole show. I love to hear them come in here and talk about their animals that they've worked so hard to take care of and worked so hard to come up here and try to do a good job in the ring. But there's always one that stands out. And this young lady over here knows her stuff now. Brentley is going to be our champion. Then our second place is going to go to Hadley. Nice job. She's doing a great job bringing her steer over here, setting him up and squaring him up and everything. She knew a whole lot of stuff, almost as much as our winner, but there's a few things she's going to learn as she shows a little bit more. Don't be quite so timid. Talk a little louder to me. I'm not going to bite you, sweetie. So there's our second place. Our third place is going to go to Paisley here. Paisley does a good job here. Just as soon as she studies a little bit more, square your steer up every time. Before I come over to you, I want you to square him up and be ready for me. Pay attention to me. You do a great job with that, but work on your animal a little bit more. And then finishing up our class is going to be the young man Ty here. He does a great job. He's one of my favorites every year. Good job, sweetie. Good job, sweetie. I was waiting to see you all day. Good job, sweetie. I was waiting to see y'all all day. Good job. Go ahead. All right, our champion was Brentley, and second place went to Hadley. Third to Paisley, and finish up with Ty.
All right, very good. That was your Class 1 junior, 7 to 9 years old. Your first place in showmanship is going to go to Brinley Dewey. Oh, she always does such a great job. Congratulations, Brinley. Second place to Hadley Martins. Third place to Paisley Widows. And fourth place to Ty Dewey. All of you did a great job. I know you made it tough on James to figure that deal out. But young people, really, really, you're doing a great job here at the National Western. We appreciate every last one of you, your attitudes, the way you go about handling your cattle. Just awesome. Thank you so much. Class 2, Intermediate, 10 through 12. You're up next. Do you need a break there, Cowboy? All right. Now we've got probably 4 or 5 head in this. This is Class 2 Intermediate Showmanship, ages 10 through 12. Looks like you're going to have 5 in the class, Judge. It's a tough class here in the intermediates. We're going to push our judge to his limit with these young men showing these cattle. Ladies and gentlemen in the crowd, I know most of you are part of the livestock industry in one way or the other. And I introduced to you Blake Hutchinson, who is the man that's responsible for a lot of what you see in the yards here. But we really have an icon in the cattle industry standing right down here visiting with us. Miss Temple Grandin is here, and she is the one that designed the livestock handling equipment really that everyone uses in the design of how you handle livestock. One of the really amazing women in the livestock industry, and absolutely a historic figure for us, as she has revolutionized the way we handle livestock over the last 30 years. It's very something, and we appreciate her being here at the Texas Longhorn Show today.
All right, in our class right here, there was a lot of information here. Lots of kids knows a lot about what they're doing out there. One little boy said he wasn't going to give me his secret to his feeding schedule, but we'll let that pass since he got everything else right. And there was two that stood out above everybody else on knowledge and just how they handled their animals. Number one I'm going to have to pick is this young man here, Tucker. And second place is going to go to Mick here. Good job, young man. You're fine. And third place is Weldon. Fourth place will be Mr. Jack. And we'll finish our class with Laney. Congratulations, young men.
Great job, young men. Okay, your first place in your Class 2 Intermediate 10 to 12 Showmanship goes to Tucker Martins. Second place to Mick Velasquez. Third place to Weldon Widows. Fourth place goes to Jack Freeman. And fifth place to Laney Swans. Thank you so much, guys. All of you did a great job. I could tell that it was a tough class to judge. It took James a while to figure that out, and we appreciate his detail and how hard you worked at it. Thank you, guys. We're going to go right into Class 3 Teen Showmanship. 13 to 15, you should have 4 in your class, Judge. I would remind you today that our youth show sponsor is Travis Casey of Casey Ranch Longhorns in Yoder, Colorado. Travis has an amazing herd of Texas Longhorn cattle. He's also the one that just bought the good bull. You'll see it on page, I might as well tell you where it's at. On page 14 of your catalog, you'll see Casey Ranch Longhorns, and you'll see the good iron span bull that he bought from Dickinson Cattle Company in Ohio. Really one of the premier herd sires of today, and a sire of many, many fraternity winners across the country. Old iron span, and they've got semen available on him. If you're looking to raise a calf by him, just give Travis a call. He'll get you some semen straws and get you in business. Here we are in our Class 3 Teenage 13 to 15 Showmanship. Well, I guess we have a scratch in this class. Is that true? Oh, nope, here we go. No. Lana, do we have a scratch in this class? Okay, we do have a scratch in this class, but we do have our senior showman in here as well on the end.
All right, we got two classes here. The young lady up here in the front's in the next class, but we went ahead and brought her in. So in this class we're judging right now, everybody was about the same. It's kind of nice to get to the older kids, and they are a little more involved. They know a little more about what's going on. They've been showing a lot longer. But all in all, one just kind of a little ahead of the rest, and that's my girl here, Emma. She's going to be our champion. And then our second place is going to be the young man in here in the blue shirt. It was Henry. Our Henry's going to be our second place. And our third place is going to go to the young man here, Wyatt. Good job, guys. Congratulations. Good job. Everybody was about the same.
All right, that was your Class 3 teens, 13 to 15. First place goes to Emma Grace Velasquez. Second place goes to Henry Freeman from right out here in Pritchett, Colorado. Third place to Wyatt Pitch. And your senior is still in the ring here, but in your 16 and plus seniors, first place is going to go to Stephanie Taylor. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate every last one of you and what you do here at the National Western. Great job, all of you. Thank you so much. We are done, folks. That is it. We are the last cookie in the jar here for the National Western Texas Longhorn Show. Appreciate absolutely every last one of you. James Bray, our rookie judge here today, first time in the arena, did a great job, don't you think? Let's give James a round of applause. Thank you for doing such a great job with these young people. Around, got that, I get it. And really great reasons. Thank you. Got a great start on your judging career today. And I'll just tell you that our senior showman, Stephanie Taylor, showed up today. She's never shown anything but hogs, and she's a professional at that. But she decided to try her hand at Longhorn cattle today, did a great job for us. And, of course, these young people, so many of these I've seen come down from Wyoming and South Dakota, do a great job when they come down here, bring some great cattle with them. Folks, those of you that are here from at the National Western and you came from miles away, can't tell you how much we appreciate you being here. Be careful today. Take it easy loading your cattle out today or tomorrow whenever you're leaving. Be careful going home. God bless.